No, it's coming through. I just want Welcome to Cape Town Cricket Club, where we are about to see the match start between the USA, who are the designated home team for today, and the Spirit of Cricket Masters 11. I'm James King, and really great to have you with us today. News from the toss is that the USA won the toss and have decided to have a bat first on what looks like a pretty good batting surface. Very hard underneath, not really much grass on the surface. We expect it to be a little bit slow, but it is certainly, we feel, probably the right choice to have a bat first. Going to set a total, which they will then, the Masters 11 will see if they can chase that down later in the day. The 45 over format today, and we're looking forward to the match that's going to be taking place here in the oldest cricket club in the Western Cape, second oldest cricket club in South Africa, celebrating next year its 170th anniversary. It's wonderful to get that history from Roger Moult, who was also the organizer of this tournament, and thanks to Roger and his Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa team that have put this amazing Over-55s tournament together. The teams had a rest day yesterday, but today they are back in action with the 45 over format. 4 games taking place around the Cape Town area today, and we hope that you're going to stay with us for this match between these two teams. The USA coming off a very good win on Tuesday against Australia, and the Masters 11 in the T20 yet to get a victory, but they'll be looking to this longer format today to see if they can get their first win of the tournament. So a couple of changes to their team, and good to have Anthony Telfer in the team today. He'll be keeping wicket, hasn't been well, he missed the first 2 games, and the man who's behind the Spirit of Cricket and does so much for the Spirit of Cricket movement is going to be making his debut today for the Spirit of Cricket Masters 11. They'll be going out onto the field shortly for us to get underway, and we expect to see the opening batters for the USA, Rafi Kazi and captain Faisal Alam, coming out into the middle shortly as Clint Hoffman is about to lead his team out onto the field. So the lineup today for the Spirit of Cricket 11, just the 11 players that are there: Clint Hoffman, Anthony Telfer, Phil Warren, Andy Koipele, Ranveer Johal, Ian Beale, Nick Hooper, Troy Cross, Arthur Moore, Ben Kirkham and James Trail. And for the USA, Faisal Alam, Raj Badadare, Ananta Parak Ananta, Suhas Naik, Balbir Singh, Rafi Kazi, Sanjeewa Weerasinghe, and then Shah, Satyapal, Vinod, Himanshu and Ayaz. 12 there, and they will be the non-batting player then for them once again. This time is going to be Vinod. Just the final preparations here for the Spirit of Cricket team, Masters team, as they go out into the middle in their distinctive black and gold kit. It's a cool day with quite a breeze here in the Cape. Wind coming across the ground from pretty much where you are looking, from the camera end or the north end of the ground, blowing down to the south towards the William Bartus scoreboard, which is off just to the offside of straight if you're a right-handed batter. And about to get underway in this all-important clash. Well, has been a fantastic tournament so far. The 2 days of T20 cricket on Monday and Tuesday this week, then a rest day yesterday for the players, giving them the chance to have a bit of a break as they head into the 45 over a side, as the opening batters do make their way out to the middle to join the umpires. Theo Kandan is standing at this end, and at the other end Martin Kristen, and I'm joined here in the commentary box by, we do have a bit of a box today, we're not sitting under the shade of a gazebo, and it's Aaron Tholador. Hope I pronounced your surname correctly.
That was perfect.
Well, that's so wonderful to have you here with us. Aaron sitting out today, with on the USA team sitting out today, with still struggling with that injury after you took that brilliant catch on Monday, and unfortunately just rolled over onto that neck. How you feeling?
Yeah, thank you. I'm feeling a lot better today. It's I sat out. Yesterday was obviously an off day, and the day before I sat out the second game against Australia. It was very, very stiff when I woke up the morning of the Australia game, and so since then I've just been doing the right things in terms of therapy, ice and heat and other things. And so yeah, it's been getting better every day. And we have more games to go. We play South Africa tomorrow, and then Canada after that, and then the last game. So it's plenty of cricket to come, and it was important for us to, and we have plenty of players, and I decided to sit out and hopefully get better enough for tomorrow to go full tilt.
Yeah, we hope so, that you do get a chance to get back on the field. Definitely, Aaron. It's been a good tournament so far. USA having narrowly lost to Wales, and so opening the batting here for the USA, Rafi Kazi on strike, Arthur Moore in to him. Arthur Moore, the only South African in this lineup for the Masters 11, dominated by Australians, but a couple of players as well from the USA in this Masters lineup. And the first ball is just defended into the leg side. But Aaron, you enjoyed your time here in South Africa so far?
Yes, it's been wonderful, and I'm really glad that we missed that heat wave, and you brought out some really good weather for us as the tournament has started. It was a little warm against Wales, but yesterday and then today is a beautiful day. And I mentioned the last time I was in the commentary booth in the game against Australia, again, Cape Town's a wonderful place. Yeah. Everywhere you look up, iconic Table Mountain that we have seen watching games at Newlands. Yeah. And so yeah, it's great to be here physically and watch some good cricket and play some good cricket, and at some great facilities as well.
It's neatly played into the offside, and it goes through for a single. It looks like we do have two players on the field for the Masters 11 with number 11 on their back, to try and see if we can identify them based on maybe their headgear.
I can help you with them. I've played with them, I've played against them, so I do know both of them pretty well, so I'll be able to help you out.
Well, that's great. So Andy Koipele, who's not got his own shirt on today, he's not back from the laundry, so he had to, he's borrowed a shirt from Ranveer Johal, and I'm not sure if Andy's at that point position.
He's at square leg.
He's at square leg, okay. All right, yeah. It's just off the outer half of the bat. Ranveer can't get round to that from backward point, and so they're through for 2. So, yeah, it's a good start in the first over. Different format, the 45 over. You used to playing this format more often than perhaps the 20 over format, Aaron?
That's right. We the Masters cricket in the US is mostly the 45 over format. T20, we do have some T20 tournaments, and we're just starting that, frankly. We've played a couple of tournaments, but yeah, it's mostly 45 overs. And but you know, I think our players, our batsmen are naturally aggressive, and they'll need to adapt a little bit to the 45 over format. But this is one that we certainly have a lot more experience with playing on a more regular basis. However, the domestic cricket, there's a lot of domestic non-masters cricket, which is quite a bit of T20. So
very well played. That's going to be the first boundary of the innings for the USA. An excellent shot just outside the line of the off stump and a bit wide and cut away through point for 4 by Rafi. That's sorry, I got that wrong there. It's the captain, Faisal, and takes the score to 8 without loss. So on Tuesday, that excellent win against Australia, some great contributions all the way at the top of the order. That's once again a good shot. This time, Ranveer's in quickly.
yeah, the game against Australia was a big one for us. We bounced back from a pretty disappointing defeat, I would say, against Wales. You were there, you watched us play.
Yeah.
We weren't able to chase down 120. We lost a couple of wickets early and then kind of dug ourselves into a hole. We went back and took a look, took stock of what happened there. And a lot of it was just not playing our natural game and getting bogged down in too many dot balls. The Wales bowlers did a fantastic job and they took every catch that came their way. So hats off to them for doing their end of the business. But yeah, I mean, I think that was a game that we could have, should have won, but that's why you play the game. It's not on paper,
No.
and it's not in the mind. It's actually got to play and perform. And Wales very much deserved to win that game. But the Australia game was phenomenal. We stuck to our plan, and it came off. Rafi got us off to a blazing start with some really good cricket strokes, and then Fazal played a long inning. He's usually the more aggressive. Goes hammer and tongs at the bowling, but he played a very responsible inning. And then Sanjeeva played a sublime innings of 68 or 41. You didn't even know that he was going at 160, 170. It was easy. But yes, a good all-round performance, good batting, and got us to a very good total. And then the scoreboard pressure shows up when you're trying to chase 160 something in 20 overs. And our bowlers did their job as well, sticking to line and length and picking up the wickets.
Yeah, but he was very good total. You say 168, I think it was that you got in that game. And as you say, putting Australia under pressure. Australia just getting over the line their first game. That's very nicely played down the ground. Will be cut off there by Troy Cross. They're through for another 2. 2 there to Rafi, and that takes the total to 10. So yeah, good first couple of overs here, and very important in this the first power play. 15 overs, 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle, and then overs 15 to 30 or 16 to 30. It's very nicely just guided down to find leg for a single, and work done here by Arthur Moore, who opened the bowling from this end. So Ian Beale bowling his left armers as the standard West Indian guard being taken by Faisal. It's great. So, I mean, Aaron, just in terms of the players and maybe those people that are tuning in as that's played out to Ranveer at mid-wicket, players in this USA team from all around the country.
That's right, yeah. USA is a huge country, as you know, and it takes, for example, 5.5 hours for us to go coast to coast on a plane from Los Angeles to Boston, for example. Yeah, it's a huge country, and we have players pretty much from both coasts and the middle of the country as well.
And yourself, whereabouts are you from?
I'm from just outside Los Angeles in Southern California.
Right.
Sanjeeva and I live there, but even in Southern California, we're in the Los Angeles suburbs. But he's about 2.5 hours away, and the LA traffic
I believe
is well known. But so I'm in Southern California, where it's actually, we're quite lucky. We have multiple turf grounds, and
Okay.
the weather's really nice year round. And our cricket season typically starts in late February, early March, and goes all the way through to November. So
Okay.
it's about a 3-month break. And even in the winter, we do have winter cricket as well. There's different smaller leagues. So cricket pretty much year round for us. But in other parts of the country, like the Northeast,
Yes.
they're snowed in and it's
Yes.
bitterly cold. So they need to get their cricket fix
Yeah.
in the 6 months or so that they get to play.
As you say, it can get kind of bitterly cold there in the northern and the middle parts of the USA. And it's the Los Angeles, California climate, probably reasonably similar to here, but warmer throughout the year. That's outside the line. The off stump from Arthur Moore, left alone, bounces off Anthony Telfer's pads back onto the stumps. It's fantastic that, I mean, cricket really growing in the USA as well. I mean, T20 World Cup, not the most recent one, but the one 2 years before, in 2024, was held there as well, which was excellent for the country, just in increasing the profile of cricket.
Absolutely. T20 cricket is really the future of cricket, in my opinion, and I think in many people's opinions. I'm a traditionalist. I like test matches. I like the longer format personally.
Yeah.
But the future of cricket, if it needs to gain foothold in the rest of the world, that is the only format that is going to survive. And as a human race, I think all of our attention spans are also.
It's in the air. It's over the head of the man at mid-off. They'll turn through for the second. That's good running from Faisal. He turned quickly over Ben Kirkham's head at mid-off, and they're through for two. It was in the air for a while, into the wind, and the wind is quite strong here today from the northwest. That's normally the rain-bearing wind here in Cape Town, so we're hoping that's not going to be the case today. Rain wasn't forecast for today, but cloudy and cooler conditions. As you say, last week we had some incredible heat here, upwards of 38 degrees, and the Australians and South African Rhinos playing a 3-day test match in that heat was quite something.
That's unbelievable. That's a testament to their not just the physical, but also the mental fitness to play at age 55. And I believe there was a South African batsman who scored 170 something.
Yes,
is that right?
Louis Kuhn, who is a former Protea, former South African international, and provincial player here that lives out in Parlway. So it's in the air. It's over the. It's down to the man at third man, with the head of the man at backward point, and they get another single. So some good intent shown early. It's very important to get off to a good start in this power play. Aaron, 15 without loss. What would the team be looking at? Is just looking to bat it out, the power play, looking at 4, 5 and over? What's yours? Do you have a target in mind?
I don't think we have a specific total in mind at the end of the power play. The plan is for the batsmen. The batsmen are naturally stroke players. And if there's a ball to be hit, go for it. Don't manufacture shots, as they say.
Yeah.
And then if there's a ball that's on length and needs to be respected, do that. And I do think that without a lot of effort, look, the pitch is nice, the outfield is quick. These batsmen are aggressive. I think we'll get to a reasonable total. The key thing is not to go wild, and I think we'll be fine with whatever comes up in the power play. And then, of course, we have a deep batting lineup. We bat all the way to 11, and as long as we play the 45 overs, we'll be able to put up a very, very competitive total.
Yeah, very much important to keep wickets in hand. That's neatly played. That's an excellent run. Well called through.
Right, this is one we really spoke about after the Wales game. We didn't quite do this a lot. This ball, for example, in the Wales game, we weren't running those singles.
Yeah.
So if there's one thing we've decided, that's a little French cut.
It's going for a big shot over the infield, trying to get it over the infield was Faisal. Perhaps a little bit lucky to get away with that. It's just off the inside edge down to more at fine leg. It does survive. That's the most important thing. I say wickets in hand, very important. And as you say, the singles so important, particularly in the shorter format of the game. And we talk about it a lot on commentary when we're looking at or commentating on 20 over games, that we keep a record of the dot balls that are conceded. So that's really well played once again. We sent him back this time, but that wasn't easy. Single, they have gone through in the end for the single. Man's quite deep there at third man, so it was always a run there.
Yeah, Fazl's a little unsighted. I think he just couldn't see the ball past the fielder over there, and this is the second time it's happened in this tournament already, where he hasn't been able to pick up the ball, and that's something that I'm sure they'll talk about and make sure that they're on the same page.
Playing with the pink ball, I did notice the other day as well, particularly with cloud around, it does seem to be sometimes be difficult to pick up. It's down the leg side. Telfer does well to get his body behind that. It will be a wide, so the single plus the extra for the wide down the leg side. Stop that going through for an extra couple of runs. Glorious shot through the covers. That's gone down to the boundary for 4. Excellent shot, waited on it, played it nice and late through that cover region down to the boundary for 4. An excellent end to the over for the USA, and takes the score after 4 overs to 22 without loss. Is it the end of the over yet? Yes, it is the end of the over. I'll just wait for the scoreboard. Was it right? 22 without loss. So a good start after 4 overs.
Yeah, and you see that there isn't really like an intent necessarily to score. It just happens naturally. The outfields, like I said, it's spread out. The field is spread out, and just a nice little push comes nicely off the bat to mid off, and an easy single. There are going to be boundary balls, and so I think you just need to wait for those. It's probably one at least every 10 balls, I would say. We are 55 plus.
Yes.
And as much as many people have played a very high level of cricket, maybe earlier on in their careers, and our brains think that we can still do that, our bodies don't always cooperate.
Yeah, it is certainly the case when you get to our age that the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak quite often from that point of view, and sometimes you do forget when you get on the field that's the case.
I'm sitting right next to you, not playing. That's a classic example of what happens, right? You could have just easily kind of settled for picking up the ball and throwing it back, but you see it up in the air and you just go for it.
You do. You go for the catch, which you executed outstandingly well. It was a brilliant catch that Aaron took on Monday, but unfortunately fell after that catch, just overbalancing and rolled onto your neck. We were concerned about you at the time, just looking at you on the field there, as it did look quite awkward. So I'm glad you are on the mend, and
thank you.
We'll get back on the field very soon, because that's the whole purpose of being here, is to be on the field. It's wonderful to have you here chatting with us, Aaron. Thank you so much for coming and sharing. Oh, that's very nicely picked up. Is that going to be a maximum? It is. Just picked up beautifully on the leg side by Rafi, and that has gone a fair mile into the tree. Looks like over there on the leg side, and bouncing back for the fielder. Koipele goes to collect that from the boundary. First maximum of the innings. Just picked that up beautifully, didn't he?
He did.
From outside the leg stump. It sounded and looked so good off the bat.
Yeah, that's Rafi Kazi for you. Yeah. He makes the game look ridiculously easy when he's batting out there, and when when he's out, he punishes the bad ball. Actually, that ball wasn't all that bad. You know, he just picked it up early. I think he picked the length early.
Yeah.
Just rocked back and effortlessly hit it over. And he's starting to, maybe I've seen 2 shots over there to that tree. Maybe he likes it. Maybe we'll see a few more out there. The previous over, again, there was a little easy, elegant punch through covers for a 4 to exactly the same spot, and this time straight onto that boundary and onto that tree. So we'll see whether he continues to pepper that tree.
Yeah, I think we just got to send a message through to the squirrels over there, just to be a little bit careful when they see Rafa's on strike. So,
well, if they were sleeping, they're awake now.
They are certainly. I haven't seen any squirrels around here. We do get squirrels here, but more in the more up in the Newlands sort of area. I haven't seen any down here, but they. So yeah, always interesting to see the little characters around and up there in that area of the city, down the leg side from Bill. He's been pretty good so far, Ian Bill, and quite economical in his spell so far, just into his 3rd over, 12 off him so far. That one boundary, and on the bounce to the man at extra cover. And so, I mean, from a point of view of the, cricket clubs and where you in Los Angeles, that's beautifully played, glorious shot all the way on the ground down to the boundary at long on for 4, picked it up gloriously. Did Faisal.
Faisal is a very different batsman than Rafa is. The bat speed that he generates is just tremendous. You saw that.
Yeah.
He was literally, I think he was almost on his knees. See, that's another shot over there. So he just throws his hand through and generates a ridiculous amount of bat speed. He is known all around the world as one of the most dangerous batsmen who can hit huge sixes. He's done that regularly, certainly in our local Masters tournaments, but also on the international stage. He's also got some glorious ground strokes as well, and you saw that in the previous over.
So another good over that for the men from the USA. 6 off that over, it's 35 without loss after 6. A good start here for the USA, as they look to put an imposing total on the board against the Spirit of Cricket Masters 11. So, Aaron, your cricket club that you play in say, just south of Los Angeles, quite a big club, or you?
Yeah, so let me tell you a little bit about our, in Southern California, we have what's called the Southern California Cricket Association. Right. It's a big league. We have 5 divisions, and each division has 9-10 teams, so we have about 45-50 teams out there. But that's just one of maybe 10 leagues that are out there. So we probably have about 500 clubs.
Right.
We have about 500 clubs playing cricket in different leagues all around the year. That's just in Southern California. Northern California, the Bay Area, has a similar Northern California Cricket Association. Texas has a huge league. And every part of the country. I played in the Colorado Cricket League in the 90s.
Wow.
I played in North Carolina. And so we have leagues all over the place. It's just a huge, it's mostly folks, the expatriates from different places who've come from cricket playing nations who've come over to the US.
Yeah.
And then in terms of the wickets themselves, most of the country, and even in Southern California, we have a lot of concrete turf, like AstroTurf wickets, like you have in your nets.
Yes.
But we do have some turf wickets, and they are starting to come up, but they're still few and far between. We have a complex in Texas that's huge. There's about 6 grounds right next to each other in a big complex. We play a lot of our cricket there. There's one in Atlanta. The one in Southern California where I play, there are 4 grounds over there right next to each other, so we play there as well. So yes, and Seattle I think has a few now coming up. Across the board, we're seeing a lot more of those facilities. As you know, turf wickets require dedicated ground staff and a tremendous amount of maintenance, and we're just not quite there yet, and we're trying to make do with what we have. Hopefully, we were talking about T20 before. with the advent of T20, and we can start to get some of the cricket into schools as well. We also have not only the World Cup that happened a few years ago, but also the Major League Cricket. That's cut away maybe an edge.
Yeah.
Not quite where he wanted to hit that ball.
Not sure if he.
Oh no, I think that's off the hands. It's a bye.
Didn't get anything on that. Just threw for the bye. Anthony Telfer standing up to the medium pace of Arthur Moore. He's upset with himself that he let that one go through. He did get something behind it to stop it going down to the boundary. Always difficult standing up to a medium pacer. And Anthony got to know him a little bit last week. He came and commentated with us on the test match, and then he's been man down since then with a terrible bug. So it's his first time on the field today, and he was so looking forward to this. So really great to have him on the field, and with his Spirit of Cricket Masters 11. That's very well played. Straight to Koipale at cover. He picked out the man almost perfectly. It was lovely sound off the bat. That's the end of a good over from Moore, his best 38 without loss. It was great to hear about it. I mean, cricket, obviously a growing sport around the world. You talk about the T20. I mean, just looking at the number of associate nations that are playing T20 cricket. I have a particular interest in women's cricket, and just the number of countries that are playing international T20 cricket, particularly in the women's game. That's played very nicely down to the man at Whitish mid-on for a single. That it really have got the growth in the game, and young ladies coming through, young women coming through and playing. Africa's got a number of countries. No run there, and he gets back. Could easily have been a run out. And that's not what the USA wants. Rafi just coming down the wicket. It was certainly not a run there. Faza would have been run out by a long way had he decided to go through for the single. And say in Africa, not just, I think they'll get two there as the fielder. That is Andy. So that's Koipale. Sorry, I got the two mixed up against. It's
Ranveer here has
Ranveer's got the
floppy hat.
The floppy hat.
Yep.
Yeah, on here. That is Andy out there with the cap on. So he's got a cap on. Yeah, out there in the deep. So it's down the leg side, trying to flick it.
He'll feel like he missed out on one over there.
He did, I'm sure. And it really is fantastic to see countries like Rwanda have done well developing their young cricketers. Nigeria, Uganda, Tanzania have got a very good program going at the moment. We've seen already from the Namibian women and Zimbabwean women how well they've done and particularly in tournaments in the World Cup qualifiers. They didn't manage to get through to the World Cup, but still part of that qualifying tournament. It's the end of the over from Beale, 3 off that one. So just a little bit of better economy from the bowlers over the last couple of overs. 8 gone, 41 without loss. So really it's fantastic to see the development of the game. And as you say, the T20 format there really has certainly assisted in that to get that growth, and wonderful to see in the US what's happening in Major League Cricket. Obviously is a big thing. Number of players here from from South Africa. That's playing right. in Major League Cricket. Robin Peterson, who coached my Cape Town, coaching my New York to the title, and that's has gone down to backward square. Koipale can't cut that off. That's gone down to the boundary for 4. So, welcome boundary. The first one for 3 overs. Just flicking it or
It's just
into
that,
the leg
don't think
side.
again he meant to hit it quite there.
No,
He was
no.
aiming for a slog over mid-wicket. The wicket's a little slow, as they tend to be, I think, this time of the year,
yes,
right?
You're
approaching the tail end of the season.
Absolutely.
They've been used quite a bit.
Yes.
But I will tell you, it's still impressive that at the end of the season, after so much cricket has been played on these wickets, that they are still hard. And yes, you know, it's a different thing to play on slow wickets. But yeah, it's just a test of your ability to adapt to various conditions.
And that we do find, as you say, Aaron, that the wickets do get slower and generally lower as the season progresses. And being at the coast, the wickets, there's quite a difference here between the wickets here at the coast. Even the sort of test match grounds, that certainly was intended to be played out to square leg this time. It goes through for the single, and yeah, it's quite interesting because of the variation in the wickets. So up country in Johannesburg, Pretoria area, so the Wanderers Stadium, Centurion, that you would be familiar with the grounds there. The wicket's a lot quicker. The ball flies a lot further because of the atmosphere that's off the outside half of the bat down to the man at third man for a single, and the ball really does fly there to the boundary, and the ball comes onto the bat a lot better than it does at the coast. So you do have to adapt. Even within the country, you have to adapt to the conditions. I think very much like you find, obviously in India, it would be the same. In Australia, you find that with Perth, and looking at the wickets in Perth, Adelaide, Brisbane, for example. So it's into the leg side. It's neatly flicked down to fine leg for 4. That's an excellent shot, and that will bring up the 50 for the USA. So it's 51 on the board. 51. I just want to make sure that I'm correct there. 51 without loss, and that coming up in the 9th over. So good start here for the men from the USA.
Yeah, I would say rather effortless. I would say, you know, I don't think they've tried too hard. They've taken the bad balls that have been on offer and scored boundaries off of them, and the others, like this one, a good ball, just pushes it and scampers across for a single. That's just the best way to play and build an innings.
Yeah.
It is hard for a new batsman to come in and get settled in. It takes a little while to get going on these wickets.
Yes.
So it is important that Fazal and Rafe, after they've done all the hard work of getting in, after 9 overs, they're 51, 52?
52 is the score, so the scoreboard just 1 run behind us. We'll have to try and get them updated. Hopefully the guys behind there have got their walkie-talkie and we can try and get them updated. But 52 is the score, according to the official score that we have next to us here. So 52 without loss. Excellent start. An excellent partnership between Faisal and Rafe. That is through the man at square leg. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Another very good shot straight down the leg side, Ian Bill, and he pays the price. No, really nothing that the fielder there, Troy Cross, could do to cut that one up. He got half a hand to it, it felt like, but he just couldn't prevent it. It was well hit by the captain.
Going back to Major League Cricket and the South Africans that are playing, you know, one of your boys, Shadley.
Yes, Shadley van Schalkwyk.
Yeah,
did well for the US.
He did so well in the World Cup here, and then obviously he plays in the Major League Cricket as well. It was fantastic to see. Oh, that's great. He played a few games. I played against him a couple of times in the Southern California Cricket League. He plays. He came for a club and he played against us. So it was fun to play against him back then. And then it's good to see him out there performing and almost one of the leading wicket. He was in the top 5 leading wicket takers in the recently concluded World Cup.
He was, I think, after the original, the sort of round robin phase was the leading wicket taker in the tournament. Outstanding from him.
Yeah, it's good to be on the same leaderboard as the likes of Jasprit Bumrah.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, he was certainly identified as one of the bowlers of the tournament. That's beautifully played, straight down to Andy Koipele, who's at that deep cover position. This is the last over. No, it isn't the last over of the power play. I'm getting confused with the men's game, the longer 50-over format. So still 5 overs of the power play to go here after this. That's a lovely shot. That's played down the ground and just bounces before it goes over the boundary. Second boundary of the over, and Faisal is opening up here. When the ball's there to hit, and he looks so good down the ground, Aaron.
Yeah, that's his area, anywhere from straight down, right near the side screen, all the way to deep mid wicket and towards square leg. That's his favorite path.
Yeah, very good Yorker length delivery, but it's a no ball. It's overstepped there.
Oh, I think he might have hit the stumps.
Sorry,
yeah,
hit the stumps.
Dislodged the bails.
Yeah, dislodged the bails as he came through, and that now, of course, after that famous Stephen Finn situation, was called a no ball. So, and that's a free hit, and the free hit has gone out to the man at deep mid wicket, and they've come through for 2. So not making perhaps as much of the free hit as he would have hoped there. Faisal, it's the end of the over. He's asking for a new bat, is he?
Yeah, I think he's looking for a replacement bat.
Big over that was for the USA. 13 off it at 65 without loss after 10. So going at 6.5 and over. Excellent run rate from the opening batters here for the USA. So yes, the Major League Cricket, fantastic.
It is fantastic. You know, that's I think that's the big entry point into the huge market that is the United States. If you think about the major sports over there, NFL, the National Football League, Major League Baseball, National Basketball League, NBA, and NHL, Hockey League. So there are quite a few sports that essentially consume the interests of the fans within the industry, within the country. And then to take foothold in that with a sport that many people think, oh, you know, every time you talk about cricket, it's like, oh, how do you guys play 5 days? Really? You take 5 days and you don't have results? So that I think that whole, I don't want to, not a stigma, but just like that label of it's a long, boring sport is still there. So somehow T20 allows us to overcome that. And then with, you know, if you look at Major League Soccer, for example, that soccer really started to take off in the 90s and then made its way into, that's cut away nicely, that should go all the way to the boundary line.
Yeah, past the man at short, third down to the boundary for 4. Phil Warren into the attack for the first time, and his first ball is met, was slightly short outside the off stump, and it's well put away by Rafe there, down to the boundary for 4. So the runs continue to flow with no risks being taken at all by the USA batters. The Masters, Spirit of Cricket Masters 11 under the cosh here at the moment. With Warren away from the...
That's well fielded by Van Veer.
Yeah, northern end of the ground, at the end that the camera is situated at. And it was well done by Ranveer there. He's getting his body behind that one to prevent it going through for yet another boundary. It's better. The next couple of deliveries have been better from Warren. But, yeah, as you say, Major League Cricket. You're talking about Major League Soccer. That's really also really quite established now in the US.
But it took quite some time for it to get established, right? So I think we need to be a little patient with cricket and how it gets adopted in the US. Soccer does have, or football does have a little bit of an advantage in that you can pretty much play anywhere.
Yes.
All you need is a soccer ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas with cricket, you know, we have, you know, if you want to play proper cricket and turf pitches and you need a huge space, 360 degrees, it's hard to find and maintain those types of facilities. So cricket certainly has huge hurdles to overcome, more than soccer does, but hopefully we can, hopefully over time, we can get there maybe with an accelerated rate of adoption,
Yeah.
that'll be good. And for us as masters, and I think I'd love to chat a little bit about Masters
Yeah,
USA.
absolutely, yeah.
And we've really, for us, it's been great to continue the game
Yes.
that we grew up with, and also contribute back to society with coaching and other things we can do to be ambassadors for the sport that we love.
So a good over that once again for the USA. 9 off that, it's 74 without loss after 11. And just talking about that, I mean, if you just on the issue on the topic, say baseball, T20 cricket, very similar length of game.
That's right.
Isn't it? So I mean, baseball can go on for quite a long time, even because you've got 9 innings per team. So it's by no means a short game in the US, but obviously massive following. Franchises or the teams that have been there have got those followings over generations upon generations, and that's cricket has still got to develop that, doesn't it, from that point of view. Oh, there we go. First wicket is down, and Ian Beale is the one to get it. Leg before wicket is Rafe Kazi. He has to make his way, and the first wicket goes down for the USA with the score on 74. Very good innings from Rafe Kazi, 28 for him. And the first wicket to Ian Beale. He's bowled now into his 6th over unchanged, and it is a very good opening partnership, but now has been broken by the Spirit of Cricket Masters 11, as now it's going to be Ayaz Sheikh that comes out to the middle to replace Rafe Kazi, and they'll be happy, I'm sure, with this start. 72 now for the loss of 1 into the 12th over.
Rafe playing across the line there and paying the price for it, but that was on target. As a bowler, I think on these wickets at this stage, the goal is just to maintain the line and length and put in the right spots, knowing that we're not express pace, but the goal, if you put it in the right places and just don't offer that either the length or the width, scoring is not that easy.
No, you've just absolutely summed up what pretty much every coach would tell their bowlers here on these type of wickets. So very much it is the wicket to wicket. You're looking to be bowling on a pretty much hitting top of off is the what you would be aiming for. Make sure you keep it as tight as possible. The slowness of the wickets, and then the difficulty for the batters to try and then get that away. Make sure you've got your length pretty much a short of a length. Deliveries are where you'll be looking at. Bowling short on these type of wickets is not something that's an occupational hazard, I think, if you're a bowler. But, that's very nicely played off his first delivery by Ayaz down to, that's Koi Pillay there at cover. He comes around from deep cover to field. He's off the mark with a couple to start. So yeah, very important, you say, to keep, from a bowling point of view, to be targeting those stumps and always keeping them in play. Masters cricket, as you say, around the world has really taken off, but a fantastic opportunity for those players that have played, or that's past the man at backward point. It was in the air for some time, but hit with power and purpose by Ayaz, and down to the backward point boundary for 4. The man at point there, backward point, just trying to see close in. That's James Trail. No real chance for him. He just stood there as the ball went past him. In the air for a while. But Masters cricket, fantastic growth around the world. You say in the USA, also growing tremendously.
It is. I guess the birth of Masters cricket came about when when Parag Ananta, who's one of our players
Yeah.
here, who's actually going to be turning 60 here very soon, probably
Okay.
competing in the upcoming 60s World Cup. He played for the India team and came here to South Africa in that first World
Yes.
Cup
Yes.
That was interrupted by COVID.
That's right, 2020, the Over-50s World Cup.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
So he came back to the US and thought about how, for the next World Cup,
Yeah,
we should have our own team rather than some of us going and trying to play for India or back to our countries. And so that was a spark that was lit, and with an army of volunteers, and slowly but surely, we now have all the age groups. We have the over 40s, the over 50s, now the over 55, which is probably the newest, the 60s, and then the 70s recently came back from the World Cup as well. So yeah, we have this huge group, different age groups. We play we try to play some regional tournaments, and then we have a national tournament, typically about 16 teams in each age group.
wow.
And then out of that comes the zonal, where you have the west, east, north, and south zone.
Right.
The best of the west and the best of the north are put together. And then out of that zonal performance across the year, you have a list of probables who represent the US. So that's kind of the funnel, if you will, of the players onto the international stage.
Right.
So a lot of cricket being played, and then each of these players also play cricket in their domestic leagues outside of Masters.
Yeah, still playing in Australia what they would call grade cricket. Here,
Right.
Here we call it club cricket.
Mm-hmm.
And it's...
So we have about, I believe, last count, about 3,000 members.
Wow. Okay.
And one of the most exciting things, you were talking about women's cricket, we're actually putting together a women's team.
Fantastic.
Just the announcement's gone out, and there's
Wonderful.
already been a tremendous amount of interest for Masters women's cricket. So that's going to be huge as well. The other poor piece of the Masters cricket, certainly from the world stage, but coming back to the US and for a lot of us, is it's given us a little bit of a renewed emphasis on fitness and health-wise.
Yeah.
So we've been able to get healthier.
Yeah.
We've been able to take better care of our body now that we know what we need to do. And then there's access to a lot of information now that probably wasn't there before.
Yeah.
But more importantly, the mental discipline and there's a purpose to being able to be out on the field and be able to run those ones and twos instead of being laughed out of the ground. So there's an element of that shame and being put shame that propels people, I guess.
Yeah.
Whatever the motivation may be, it has had a lot of benefits for a lot of us.
And that is really one of the fantastic products of this Masters cricket, and I've seen it in the tournaments that I've been fortunate to have been involved with from sort of 2023 onwards, when the over 50s came back for the World Cup. And it was then the over 40s World Cup was here, and then last year that's just played down to mid-off for no run, and good over that was from Warren, just the single from the wide, 82 for the loss of 1 after 13. Just the an over 60s tournament that was held here last year, international tournament, which was really outstanding. 2 South African teams, and then a number of teams from around the world. The USA, I think, sent 2 teams out for that tournament, which was fantastic. And this year now the over 55s, as you say, the over 70s World Cup having taken place. There was an over 40s tournament as well in Pakistan recently, a T20 tournament towards the end of last year. So just the opportunities for players and teams to enjoy their cricket and enjoy, as you say, the benefits of that, playing again, the health benefits, and that it goes beyond just physical health. I mean, mental health benefits, the opportunity to be, particularly with advancing age, to be fit and out and about and enjoying a sport that you love. That's very nicely played down to mid-off for a single, and it really, a lot of people just echoing exactly what you said, Aaron, about the fact that it, for some people, just gives you a new lease on life in some ways.
That's really well fielded. A little nice footwork. We can try out for Masters Masters soccer.
Yeah, yeah. Which, that's definitely going to be going down the leg side, and as Faisal's looking to sweep that here towards the clubhouse. Very nice facilities here at Cape Town Cricket Club. Wonderful to be hosted by them here today. Let's see, he's got hold of that one. That is a glorious shot over the man at between long on and deep mid wicket for 6. Glorious shot. Picked that up from on the line of the stumps and just swung through the line of the ball. Those quick hands coming again from Faisal.
Bat speed, and then we talked about the line and length.
Yeah.
You know, the length there was just a little too full, and Fazal just really doesn't. He doesn't need an invitation to deposit those balls over the boundary when they're in that slot for him. He is a very dangerous batsman. He's got tremendous power and bat speed, and when it's in that slot, you can pretty much guarantee that you'll be fetching the ball from outside the boundary.
And over, yes, then he was asking before the toss whether there was somebody that would be fetching the ball if it goes over the wall. So, so certainly with the shots we've seen him play already, that is a distinct possibility. He's moved on to 48 as he's been joined more recently by Ayaz Sheikh. He's on strike now, just the 1 wicket to fall that of Rafiq Kazi. And Aaron, just a bit about your cricketing journey. I mean, were you originally from the US, or were you born in India?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was born in India. Grew up.
Straight through the man at extra cover. It's coming down to the boundary here for 4. That was, hit too hard. Clint Hoffman not able to get down and get his hands onto that. And it's through for another boundary to Ayaz.
That was a nice drive, cover drive, but went just to the left of the fielder. Should have been stopped. But I mean, Ayaz is looking good. He's, I'd say, playing within himself. He's also an aggressive batsman. But some of the shots that I've seen today, especially on the other end, where he had this little back foot straight punch, that looked really good. You know, when a batsman plays that type of shot, you feel like he's in for something special on that day, as long as he kind of stays in there and doesn't throw it away. Ayaz can be a very, very dangerous batsman as well.
Yeah, got 33 in that game on Monday, so did have an opportunity there to have a bit of a hit as well. And you say we're a singer, Sanjeeva doing incredibly well on Tuesday. That's another one that's hit firmly down the ground, splits the men at mid-off and mid-on down to the boundary for 4. It's an excellent shot, and that brings up the 50 for the captain of the USA. He's moved on now to 52, and the score is 99 for the loss of 1. Excellent innings so far from Faisal Alam, and he'll want to go on now and perhaps look for those 3 figures, or that'll be far out of his mind at the moment. At the moment, it's just about batting and keeping the scoreboard ticking along. We are nearly at the first drinks break at the end of this over. There'll also be the change for the power play into the second power play, as for Warren's away from us again. That's another, that one was hit very hard, straight down the ground to the man who is in a very straight position at, I'm not quite sure what you would call it, a very straight mid-off, and that I think he must have fielded that with his foot.
Yeah, probably hit his knee, I think. I don't know, he looks like he might be in a little pain.
And And that will bring up the. Do they take a single there? No
No,
run.
no run.
Well fielded. So it's still 99 for the loss of 1, and it is going to be drinks here at the Cape Town Cricket Club, and we'll also be having a bit of a drink, and we'll be back with you in about 5 minutes to resume the commentary here. Welcome back here after the drinks break. And we're into the second power play between over 16 and 30, where we're allowed to have three fielders outside the ring. And it has been an excellent start for the USA, now at 106 for the loss of 1. An opening partnership of 72 between Rafe and Faisal. And this first over now from Ranveer Jahal for the Masters has already gone for 8 runs. So at the end of the 16th over, it's 107 for 1. 100 coming up in that over off the first delivery. So 100 for 1 coming off 16.1 overs. So the second 50 coming off 6 overs and 2 balls. Very quick second 50 for the men from the USA. To Aaron Toledo, who's joining me again here and has brought me some water. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Having a nice cup of coffee as well here. Nice coffee and some donut type of sweet treats from the team here at the Cape Town Cricket Club. Thank you so much for their hospitality. So Aaron, just getting back to yourself and your sort of cricketing journey. That's just tried to play that one quite forcefully. Doesn't get any of it really to the man at short mid on. So
yeah, Faisal losing a little bit of his shape over there. He tries to hit it very hard, and on when a slow bowler is bowling, it's really difficult to. Again, trying to manufacture a lot of power. And with the slow bowlers, with his bad speed, he tends to get ahead of it, and a lot of times you'll see the ball dribble down either to mid-wicket or to short mid-on. But if you can slow it down a little bit, just wait for it a little bit longer. That's a beautiful shot. That's a lovely shot, all along the ground. And that's exactly what I was talking about. He just waited a little bit over there rather than trying to muscle it through.
It was an excellent shot from Ayaz, as you said. Very important to wait for the ball on this type of surface. You've got perhaps a little bit more time than you think you might have, and he did wait on that one. Got his weight very well positioned to play it beautifully through the covers for 4.
And just as an aside, T20 cricket, we love to see those sixes and things like that. But for me, I'm still old school. I prefer a ball that travels all along the ground, from the bat to the boundary line, and the fielders are just standing there. The moment the ball is hit, you know that there's nothing you can do other than fetching it from the boundary line.
Now, we do see a lot of balls in the air, and especially when you look at, as we might see in this sort of format, it's 45 overs, it's a longer format. We talk a bit about the 50 over format as well, and we do play in South Africa at the moment. The men are the domestic men's competition, both the Division 1 and Division 2 in our provincial tournament is being played, and that is the 50 over format. The women here in South Africa, the senior women provincial tournament, they have 50 over and 20 over formats. The 50 over format are very important in terms of particularly the women's game, as they don't play very much red ball cricket, as you'd call it, or as we would call it, or longer format cricket other than the 50 over. And so it is interesting to see as the youngsters come through, and there's a lot of T20 cricket played at school level, both in the I mean, almost exclusively in women's cricket or girls' cricket. They're playing in the 20 over format, so you do see that the translation then when they get to senior level and they're playing 50 over cricket, it's very difficult to make that transition into 50 over cricket. So very important that you understand how much time you've got to play in the 50 over format, or in this format as well, the 45 over format.
Yeah, I was talking to Mr. Peter Kirsten yesterday, and we were just talking about the old school long format test matches, 3-day cricket, and even the 50 over games. After the advent of T20, the 45 and 50 over games feel like a test match, and there's a mental element to it, and that's the other beauty of the long format. In some ways, you know, a little, my philosophy has been the cricket, the longer format cricket is a little bit like life. You know, it's a long life. You're going to have ups and downs. There are going to be periods where you have to grit your way through, and there are times when you know, things come very, very naturally. So you've got to take it when the going is good, but also not get too high, and then not get too low when you're in that slump, and work hard through the periods of when you're struggling, and then come out of it. But in terms of, you were talking about T20 and the women's cricket, and even the youth these days, they play a lot of T20, and Peter was actually talking about how he was coaching a kid the other day, and you know, he played a reverse sweep, and Peter's like, can you play the regular sweep? I don't want to see that reverse sweep shot. First, get the proper sweep done.
It's a full toss, it's played down wide of the man who's at a very straight mid-off and down to the boundary for 4. I have to say that really was a little bit of a gift from Ranveer, the man in the form that Faisal is. 71 he moves to now. In fact, he doesn't, he goes to 70. Okay, we're just trying to update here. The scoreboard over on the far side has got him on 71. We've got him on 67. 120 it is for the loss of 1. So 67. Just apologies for giving you his incorrect score there. And very, very interesting. You talk about the reverse sweep, and we talk about unorthodox shots which have really made their way into the game. And yes, the youngsters do practice them, but it's almost that it's become a go-to type of shot, which you don't necessarily want to see. The risk associated with it, you've got to still weigh up. Neatly played into the leg side, come through for the single. Troy Cross does the fielding, end of the over. Just trying to update the score here. 120, 121 for 1, is that correct? 122 for 1 at the end of the 18th over. So, yeah, it's almost that the unconventional has become, for some people, the conventional. So, and again, looking at a match situation, looking at game management, and how that's something that T20 cricket, there is still an element of game management in there as well, which you have to be aware of. But as you were saying, in the longer format, in the 50 over format, certainly in test matches or timed cricket, if you want to call it that, 3-day, 4-day, 5-day, it's a very different way of approaching the game.
Yeah, I really like how Ayaz is playing. He's actually one of our dashing cricketers. He's aggressive by nature, and I like how he has really settled down. He's waiting for the ball to come on and just pushing it around when the singles are on offer. And if there is a ball to be hit, I can guarantee you he has a similar bat speed as Fazal does. But I really like how Ayaz is playing, and that was nicely timed as well. But straight to the fielder, no run there. And to me, I'd love to see Fazal settle in, and he's done all the hard work. He's gone through the first power play, had a little bit of a drink, and He has an opportunity to make a big one here. He shouldn't be thinking about the outcome, really focus on one ball at a time. And if he's there, I can guarantee you there's a big total.
Already looking like a very good total, just 18 overs and 3 balls in here, and 123 for the loss of 1. That's another huge hit down into the deep mid-wicket region, excellently picked up by the captain Faisal Alam, down to the boundary for 4. There's nothing that Andy Koipale can do to stop that going over the boundary for 4. Another excellent shot takes him into the 70s now. He's on 72. It's 127 for the loss of 1. It's looking ominous here for the Spirit of Cricket Masters 11. They need a wicket, you feel, and certainly the wicket of the captain would be very important for them now. Phil Warren away from us again. It's neatly played into the offside. Peter Kirsten was chatting to him the other day. I had the privilege of actually commentating with him earlier in the season. He came and joined us for one of our men's provincial T20 games that was played at Newlands, and it was wonderful to share the microphone with him and chatted to him on Tuesday, and he was saying, and that if you look at it from a batting point of view, you look at it even batting, fielding, bowling point of view, is that you don't lose those skills as you get older. You still have those skills. It's just a question, the body gets a little bit weaker, but it doesn't mean that you don't have those skills. So he was just talking about the fact that veterans cricket is so fantastic from that point of view. It gives you the opportunity to maybe come back to cricket in many instances, and then you've got those skills. You just enjoy playing the game again. Yes, it is slower from a point of view of fielding, bowling, batting. Perhaps you don't have as much strength, but you still have the touch. You still know how to play the shot. You still have your technique. So it's very important. He just felt that was something that he found to be quite a feature of this, is that the players still play. They still play proper. It's still proper cricket. It really is, and it's wonderful to see how these players approach the game.
Every one of us here obviously grew up playing cricket, and I think it shows, and the opportunity to continue that maybe for some people after a little bit of break when life took them into family and work and things like that, but then having the opportunity to come back and play the sport that we love so much is definitely something that we're very thankful for and very lucky. Being at the right place at the right time is the way I look at it personally for myself as well. I didn't stop playing cricket at all. I've played cricket all my life. Certainly not at the level of some of these incredible players. But yeah, my earliest memory, my dad actually was a very good cricketer as well. He almost played for his state in India, in Bengal. He was called for what we call the Ranji Trophy tryouts. He's played with Dilip Doshi as an example, the left-arm spinner from India back in the 70s. So he was a young lad there in the 60s. He was an opening fast bowler. I still have a picture of him with his bowling action. It was one that inspired me. I remember my first memory of cricket was I was, I think, a year and a half old, and my dad brought me my first bat and a ball, and that was it. Since then, my brother and I have a younger brother who's 2 years younger than me, and we used to play all the time at home. That's beautifully stepped out and hit that over deep mid-wicket. Or it's actually straight long on. We're actually at a little bit of an angle here, and that's actually over long on, just to the left of the side screen.
Glorious shot. As you say, down the wicket, got to the pitch of the ball, made it into a half volley. He just hits the ball so well. Just in the air, getting underneath it, but he's hitting it
so cleanly.
Cleanly, and not getting that much elevation, which he doesn't need it, and he's getting the power. That one close to being a 6, and it couldn't have gone more than maybe 10 metres up in the air. It really was an excellent hit. Exactly what you want to see. So now a few changes to the field, just trying to protect the boundaries on that leg side for Ranveer. Still got the man at that very straight mid-off position. That's an interesting position. We've seen that a couple of times in the tournament so far. This time outside the off stump, dab down to backward point. Into the leg side, bisects the man at a wideish long on and deep mid wicket down to the boundary for 4, and he moves to 70, so he moves to 80 with that shot, and it's outstanding from Faisal Alam into the 80s now. Another one that was that time was a little bit shorter of a length, but he's onto it quickly and in the gap. There aren't enough fielders for the Masters cricket, Masters 11 here. And that one also drops a little bit short.
That's very well fielded at long gone as the fielder ran around and picked it up. With Masters cricket, again, bending down and picking it up in full flow is not a trivial task.
No.
I've actually been very impressed with the fielders from the Spirit of Cricket who have made the way around.
It's in the air and just, I think
that's a great effort.
Yeah,
that was
effort.
dying on him, and he tried to dive, and I hope he's okay. He looks okay.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit on the knee.
I'm not quite sure if he did. It looked like he might have got his hands to it, but it was a very difficult one. Ben Kirkham there just running forward, diving forward, might have just got fingertips to that. The umpire's going to see there is Theo Kandan if he's all right. Ben Kirkham, he said he's fine. Gets the thumbs up from the umpire. So another very good over though for the USA. 11 off that over at 138 for the loss of 1. The captain into the 80s, 81. He's been well supported here by Ayaz. So these two have put on 68 already, sorry, 66 already for the second wicket. And it's come in really quick time. So just looking at that first wicket fell at 11.1 overs, so that's 66 coming off 9 overs, just under 9 overs. Aaron, that's really good going, batting at over 7 to the over. Beautifully played. Again, the man coming around from long off Will Field, just the single. Arthur Moore out here at long off.
Probably a 2 there, and you can hear the folks from the boundary line outside the ropes, our batsmen shouting. It's probably 2 there, but all will be forgiven if Fazal gets a boundary of this ball, or maybe not, even better, just playing smartly to short mid wicket.
So Aaron, just getting back then to your story, so growing up in India, and then whenabouts did you move across to the US?
Yeah, I played a lot of cricket just growing up, but then
oh, glorious shot over the head of the man at deep square, backward of square, and another 6 for Faisal. Excellent shot from him. He really has been outstanding today. He moves to 88 now with that 6. 88 he's on. So he's been hitting some mighty blows, and no risk cricket at the moment from him. Oh, oh my goodness! This time he makes his way. So comes down the wicket and tries to smite this one. over the offside and is stumped by Anthony Telfer. The backstopper gets his first wicket of the tournament in his debut, and the captain, he is desperately upset with himself that he's out there. He, coming off the field, looking up to the heavens. He didn't have to do that, did he, Aaron?
No, he'll be incredibly disappointed with himself. He knows that he lost out on a big one here. He got out to a similar shot in the match against Australia as well. He got bowled.
Yeah.
He was trying to hit the ball over extra cover. Something similar happened here as well. Stepped out a little bit. The bowler bowled it a little bit wider and fuller, and the wicketkeeper did a quick, fantastic job just gathering it and whipping the bails off. Fuzzle, an excellent innings, very well played. Will definitely be disappointed, but I think he should be really happy with himself, in especially the way he took his time. He played the good balls on its merit. He didn't try to smack every ball, and then when the bad balls were an offer, he did put them over the boundary line. So yeah, a good innings. As a batsman, you want to be out there. You don't want to be back in the pavilion, especially after you've done so much hard work. But he should be very happy and proud of himself. Sets himself up for the future games. We have a lot of cricket left, and I hope he'll carry that form and think about all the things that he did really, really well, and continue that into the next phase of the tournament.
Yeah, very impressive, particularly with his hitting down the ground. Outstanding. Picking length early. A couple of lovely shots where he sort of double stepped down the wicket and played the slower bowlers straight back over their heads. And there again, just going for the shot, I think, over this, maybe the cover region, and maybe just losing his shape as he came forward. And as you said, the bowler was bowling it a little bit wider, and good work by Telfer behind the stumps to take the bails off. So it's the man who batted so well on Tuesday, Sanjeeva. He's in now. He just defends the final delivery of the Warren over. It's 146 now for 2. A 74-run partnership to go with the 72-run opening partnership. It's been excellent from the USA, and just 21 overs bowled, so batting at close to 7 runs to the over. Just 1 run shy of 7 runs to the over. It's been very good so far, Aaron.
Great start, an excellent start. We still have another 24 overs to go, so we're not into the T20 phase quite yet. As we were talking about the long format, we have the new batsman in Sanjeeva Veerasinghe. Ayaz really needs to kind of stay on at this point and continue what he has been doing really well, not get too carried away, play some smart cricket. Sanjeeva is an excellent player. Obviously, he's in great form as well. He's had 2 really good matches, both against Wales as well as Australia. He played well against Zimbabwe in the warm-up match as well. I think what you'll see when Sanjeeva comes into bat is his certainly his technique and his batting abilities are well known. But one of the things that also stands out to me is his ability to run between the wickets. He's a very, very busy player. He likes to play with folks who run hard between the wickets. He's a very good judge of the single, and looking forward to that aspect of the game also being put on display here. That is so important. The field is, there are lots of open spots in the field. It's hard to plug every area. That's beautifully punched off the back foot to mid-off, a little misfield, and that'll get Sanjeeva on strike, and Ayaz is happy to take that single.
Yeah, Ian Beale there at that sort of straightish, in fact he's more at the conventional mid-off position, so they've got a mid-off and a man at long-off, and that one went through to the man at long-off. It's a bit deceptive, as you say, from where we're sitting, because we're sitting at probably long leg. If we're looking at the batter batting at the moment, it's Sanjeeva plays it down to that man Ian Beale at that wideish mid-off position. It's through for another single. So interesting to see how they approach him. They want to just build another partnership here, trying these two take it as deep as possible. Let's play down the ground. A few bounces the man at long off for another single.
You'll notice there, I don't know if you saw that or not, but you see Sanjeeva scampering across very quickly while Ayaz got there, slowing down a little bit. Sanjeeva is always looking for that misfield on the boundary line for a second run if possible.
It's neatly played into the leg side. Anthony Telfer will come round and feel from his position at wicket keeper. So just keeping the scoreboard ticking along in this over. 4 singles and the 150 has come up for the USA. 150 coming up of 21 overs and 4 balls. They give that a lot of air and it is wide.
I don't mind that by Ranveer actually. I think that's actually pretty smart bowling to toss it up like that and invite a false stroke. Usually as a batsman you see that and you think, I've got a dolly here and I can really go for it. And those are the balls that a lot of times will get you out.
It's a quicker one this time. Yeah, lovely, isn't it?
At least. Just look at Sanjeeva looking for a third here. He just might come back. Look at him. Look at him go.
He's going to come back. Troy Cross here in front of us is coming around, not able to prevent them getting back for the 3. That is outstanding running from Sanjeeva Weerasinghe. And
this is probably, there's a lot of things I like about Sanjeeva's wicket. There's not a whole lot not to like about, but especially his running between the wickets and his game sense is just next to nothing. It's one of the best out there. He's played a high level of cricket, and it certainly shows. He also is extremely fit, works hard on his fitness. I think he's 58. He's on the cusp of playing for the 60s here very, very soon. A fantastic batsman. And his brother Jivaka Weerasinghe is the skipper of the over-60s team.
Oh wow, okay.
Jivaka actually played. Sanjeeva and Jivaka are from Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Jivaka was there in South Africa, toured Sri Lanka back in the 90s when it just came back from international cricket.
Yeah.
So he's told us stories about the time when they visited, I think, Lance Klusner,
yes,
Alan Donald,
and
others.
Jonty Rhodes,
Rhodes,
Brian McMillan would have played in that. So that was I worked in Sri Lanka for about 8 months.
Oh wow!
When because most of my career has been in that's my working time has been in retail, and had the opportunity to work in Sri Lanka for a short while in about 2012, which was really enjoyable. Was based in Colombo, and one
beautiful
of my
city.
Yeah, it is beautiful, isn't it? So lovely city there, and I was staying in when my first trip over there I was just doing a bit of consulting work for a retail chain there. It's again neatly played by Sanjeeva out to the man at a short mid-wicket position, and I was staying at the Gore-Face Hotel.
Oh yes.
Which is a beautiful old colonial hotel on the seafront, in front of the. I'm just trying to remember what the name, but there's a huge piece of ground in front of it, in front of the Gore-Face Hotel. But anyway, it was so, and I had a couple of had a day off. Decided I would do some sightseeing, and they said I should go to the temple in town. So I got onto the tuk-tuk, and the chap, I said I'll go to the temple, and they said no problem. So we were chatting. He asked me where I was from. I said South Africa. So he said, Jonty Rhodes. He said Brian McMillan. All these go through all the names. And I love South Africa. He loves South Africans. So we had a lovely long chat, of course, about cricket, which you would have with anybody in Sri Lanka or
anywhere
India, anywhere there.
Yeah.
And it was lovely. I mean, as you say,
the people are just unbelievably friendly and nice. I've had the good fortune of visiting Sri Lanka a couple of times last year for the World Cup.
Okay, fantastic.
And so that was a great experience personally playing over there. But also the year before, one of my boys still plays cricket.
Okay.
And so he had a under-19 team. We had a tour of Sri Lanka. So I decided to tag along with him and took him, and it was one of the folks assisting the coach and the manager with that tour, and I just fell in love with the country and the people. We spent some time in Colombo, played a lot of games in Colombo. They actually got to play at the Pisara, the old cricket stadium with a lot of history.
Sinhalese Sports Club? No.
Sinhalese Sports Club.
Wonderful.
Fantastic,
ground.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
And speaking of Sinhalese Sports Club, which is at the Pisara Stadium, Jivika's name is there as one of the captains of that club, and so I have a photo of me pointing to that name on that board. Really some fantastic memories of that tour. Both tours, both with my son and
very special place. And I presume you went to the cricket club cafe.
Yes,
And had a meal there.
Absolutely.
You have to do that if you go to Colombo. And
you have to.
Yeah. As you say, such incredibly friendly people in Sri Lanka. You just cannot stress that enough. So hospitable, and they can never do enough for you. It really was a wonderful time that I spent over there. Oh, it's
delicately played. Just
should easily be two. Well, we were saying they won't get back for the third, but it is really nicely played off the left arm spinner, just using the line and a little bit of the pace to guide it down past the man at short third position. So that 88 from Faisal Alam, Aaron, 88 of 69 balls. It's nicely played this time straight to Kirkham at short third man.
Believe it or not, that strike rate of Fazal, is one of the slower ones. If you knowing Fazal and how he bats, still well over 100. But I actually like that strike rate.
That is hit firmly. It's going out to wide, long off, and crosses the boundary for four. Full toss. Bit of a gimme ball. We call that a buffet ball here. As, all you can eat off that one, and goes down to the boundary for 4. He is looking in ominous form, Sanjeeva Veerasinga. So
the nice thing about that shot was also it was a full toss and just outside off stump. The tendency for when you're trying to hit it too hard is for the ball to be hit across the line, and so what I really like about again Sanjeev's batting is a straight face of the bat, and he can play all-round shots all over the place, and he picks the right shot for the right ball, and he doesn't try to overhit it.
You bring up a very important point there, and particularly youngsters that are used to probably playing a lot of leg side, playing a lot into the leg side, is to make sure you select your shot carefully, particularly if you've got a bowler like this that bowling slow left arm, that maybe they're not necessarily getting any massive spin off the surface or turn off the surface, but the natural sort of where they're pitching the ball and how it might be moving is away from you. So to try and not hit against the natural movement of the delivery. So playing through the offside or over long off or over mid off for off the left arm orthodox spinner is often is really the better way to play that. So important. You do see, particularly from an age group point of view, it is almost a natural shot to try and pull something into the leg side, but it isn't always the best shot to play.
Yep.
164 now for the loss of 2 after 24 overs. Going along very nicely here, the USA. It's hit with some power. That will be fielded by the man here. And that's excellent running once again from Veerasinga. He's back quickly for the second. No danger at all for him to come back for the second. You talk about just fitness at this age, and he really is quick between the wickets.
He makes these running between the wickets look so easy. He's always positive. He's always looking for that. And these boundaries are relatively deep, and and you don't really. It's hard to throw at our age, I think, from
Yeah.
deep in from the boundary line into the keeper's hands or even into the bowler's hand. And Sanjeev realizes that, and he's always on the lookout for converting those balls that go deep into a minimum of 2. He also saw the 3 that they ran. It
Yes.
didn't go too far, but he quickly realized.
Excellent running once again from Sanjeeva. He was going to the danger end, and he gets the applause from Ayaz because that was an excellently judged single from him. He gets in easily, and that just keeps the scoreboard ticking along. Very important in these middle overs that we have at the moment, that you keep the scoreboard ticking. If you're not able to get boundaries, that will though be a boundary down to the deep cover area for 4. There is no real protection. There's no protection out there on the boundary. The 3 fielders that you're allowed outside the ring are the man at deep square, long on and long off. Almost, it's a very straight long on and a wideish long off, so no protection out in the deep. Chose his area very well there to a ball that was shortish outside the off stump. Going straight up in the air, it should be safe, and it is. Not quite getting to Kirkham, coming in off that short straight position, sorry, that deep straight position that he's on at long on. A risky shot there.
Certainly not the right shot for that particular ball. It wasn't pitched up enough for him to go through with that shot. The previous ball was a similar ball, maybe a little bit shorter, and he punched it through cover, waited for the ball to come on. But this time, seeing it flighted, he couldn't resist the urge to hit it up in the air. Lost his shape a little bit, and you can see that. I'm sure Sanjeev is talking to him. Aya's done really, really well to get into, I think he's probably in his, what is he, 20s?
He's in his 30s now, he's gone to 37.
Wow.
So he's doing really well. 37 off, trying to see how many deliveries, 33 deliveries. Thank you to
100 plus strike rate is pretty
Yes.
much a given here. You don't have to do a whole lot, and you'll be 100 plus with the strike rate. Really encouraging to see Ayaz playing the way he is playing, and I hope he continues that through to his 50 and beyond. This is an excellent opportunity for him to.
Ranveer in again.
That's a lovely shot.
Wow, that is almost as if it was dismissive the way in which he played that outside the off stump, on the up, through the cover region for 4. Absolutely nothing that the captain Clint Hoffman can do but to just jog towards extra cover and collect that, and almost as if to say, okay, just played it beautifully through the covers. And so had to take his gloves off and did a bit of adjustment there, but that was glorious. He moves into the 40s with that shot. 41 now off 34 deliveries, and a boundary to start the over. It's excellent. That short again this time will be 2. You would think for Weerasinghe, an easy 2 as it's stopped by Beale from his position at mid-off. So it's no risk cricket here, and getting 6-7 runs and over almost at will at the moment. It's been excellent. So it's really good to hear the stories, Aaron, about the players like the Weerasinghe brothers, for example, who were played in Sri Lanka, now made the US their home, as your family would have done as well.
Yeah, indeed. So I played a fair amount of cricket, but never super high level. But I played for my university, and I've always been an opening bowler.
Okay.
In my first year playing for the university, I used to bat number 11, and the first couple of games we lost very badly. Our openers didn't do all that well, so captain comes to me in the 3rd game in our inter-university series and says, well, you're going to go open next. What's the worst that can happen? It'll be the same as before. Well, I ended up scoring a 50. We had a 100-run partnership, and then the next match, so nothing to change. So another 50, another 100-run partnership. So I became an opening batsman, opening bowler, believe it or not.
Wow.
so that was a lot of fun, and I played. Then I moved to the U.S. in 1993 to do my graduate school, do my PhD in chemical engineering.
Oh wow!
So I came to Colorado, where I continued playing cricket. So in the 93, so 33 years that I've been in the US, I've played maybe 30, 40 matches a year in every place that I've been at, in Colorado, in North Carolina, and then in Southern California as well. In fact...
oh, that's an excellent... No, it's not. He just dropped it. Oh, I thought that Corpele had taken that. He had it in his hands. As he hit the ground, it just bounced out. It was an excellent effort. I have to say, it was always moving away from him. He got his hands to it, and then as maybe his elbows and the wrists hit the ground, the ball just spilled out. They'll feel desperately unhappy. He will be desperately unhappy. You can see how upset he is that he's dropped that catch. And another single as a result. Another 9 off that over takes it to 182 for the loss of 2. And
certainly not an easy catch, but not a very hard one. It was, maybe there was a little spin on the ball the way he hit it, as he moved to his left and probably just popped off his hand. But a very good effort by Andy. He probably takes it, 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
He's definitely disappointed with himself. Ayaz gets a life, and he should think about what he did wrong with that shot. He's been playing really, really well. He's had a couple of fall strokes recently. That's nicely tucked away down the leg side. Is that going to go all the way to the boundary? No, it's going to stop.
Yeah. Well, Weerasinghe, he threw for 3 easily, and just economy of motion for him.
Indeed,
excellent running.
He runs like the wind. It's just so effortless when you see him run, and the others are huffing and puffing. And
it's so important, as you say, to just look at from the fitness required and the conditioning required to be able to play a 45-over game. It's no mean feat to be able to play a full day's cricket, and certainly important to make sure that you are conditioned properly. Another neat glide down the leg side. This time from Weerasinghe. He'll be back for 2. So an expensive start to the over again for Phil Warren. And
you're talking about the conditioning for these runs, but I room with Sanjeeva, and so we have a little bit of a routine after every game.
Yeah.
Go jump in the cold pool.
Yeah.
So there are 2 pools at the Lagoon Beach Hotel that we have: the heated one downstairs and the cold pool at on the 3rd floor, very close to our room. So we get back to the hotel room, clean up a little bit, and go straight jump in the pool. 15 minutes of a cold plunge. It is one of the best things that you can do to your body. Come back out, warm up a little bit, and then we do an Epsom salt soak.
Right. Yeah.
So 2 things that really. That's a better shot from Ayaz. Again, weighted on that ball. He has the ability to play these shots, weighted and cut it away between point and cover.
And that is his 50. The scoreboard is running a bit behind. You're going to hear some applause maybe shortly for a 50, but he has already got his 50, 52 for him, and 40 deliveries. That's outstanding from him. Strike rate of exactly 130. Is very good from the number 3, and another one that he tickles down the leg side. Nothing.
Look at Sanjeeva go. He might try for 4 here. No, maybe not.
Comes back for 2. Ayaz is no slouch between the wickets, I must say.
Either, no.
But Sanjeeva makes I think everybody else looks slow here.
He definitely does, and we have some quick runners. Ayaz, as you said, is no slouch, but the way Sanjeeva moves between the wickets and running between the wickets is just effortless.
194 for 2. Neatly plays, very good fielding by Phil Warren on his follow through, and there is no run. It's 194 for 2 after 27 overs. This partnership now worth 48 for the 3rd wicket, and that's been very important. You spoke about getting in on the surface and giving yourself a little bit of time to do that, and that's very important. And what they've done here, every single one of the pairs that we've seen so far has got in, they built a partnership to 72 for the first wicket, 74 for the second, now 48 for the third, which is exactly what you want to see. You don't want to see batters losing their wickets cheaply when they come in.
Yeah, one of the cardinal sins in this long format is to lose wickets in bunches. And the second bad or wrong thing that you can do is when you go in and just get bogged down and play a maiden over or two maiden overs in the name of settling in. The fact is that there are singles and twos on offer. If you can place the ball into the gaps, you can easily maintain a run rate of 80, just to a strike rate of 80 to just get settled in, and that automatically moves up well above 100 if you've played a few balls and settle in for the long haul. So all batsmen have done that so far for USA, and this is a template that I think we need to follow. That was a single. That's definitely was a single.
Yeah, he got sent back by Ayaz. I think perhaps he wasn't quite ready there when that ball was played. So just apologising to Sanjeewa there, Ayaz.
The good thing is he said no and he stuck to it.
Yeah,
there was
exactly.
no indecision there. If you're not going to run, that's okay. Live to fight another day. But the worst things that could have happened is for him to waffle, say yes, 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 and then say no when Sanjeewa was halfway down the wicket. And you see that happen.
You do, yes.
As well.
Yes, no, maybe, wait, yes, okay,
Oops.
no, oh dear. Yeah, it does happen. And more often than not, when you put into a pressure situation, when you may be chasing a target and you looking to rotate the strike, that's gloriously played. He waited for it beautifully, did Weerasinghe, and plays it through the vacant cover region, or sort of a cover point region, down to the boundary for 4, and that brings up the 50 partnership between this pair. And that is excellent once again from the USA, just building partnerships as they go along. Weerasinghe asking the captain Faisal for something, I'm not quite sure what it is. Just trying to get maybe a drink there for him. We're getting closer to that second drinks break, just 2 overs and a couple of deliveries away from that. So 198 now for the loss of 2. 3 balls into the 28th over. So it made a change to the field now after that shot. Just trying to work out, Sanjeewa is where the fielders are. So the man's gone out to deep cover. They brought the man from deep backward square into the ring. Oh, he bowled him. Well, just trying to dab that down to the third man region, because there is a gap there, and he misses it, and he's been bowled, Sanjeewa. So unfortunately for him, he has to make his way. Scored 19. Sanjeewa, good partnership between him and Ayaz of 52 for that third wicket, but he'll be disappointed in getting out.
Definitely be disappointed. I don't think that shot was necessary. He could have again just punched the ball through covers and maybe scampered for a couple. Trying to get a little too cute, I think, at that, and completely unnecessary. Very disappointing, and very disappointed I'm sure Sanjeewa is. But it also gives Suhas and some of our other batsmen, SP, an opportunity to get a good knockout in the middle. This is a golden opportunity for Suhas to take his time, settle in, get used to the pitches here, and be ready for the remaining matches that are coming up, where every batsman will have to play a role. And games like this where you have 350-run partnerships, they don't happen very often.
No.
There will be times during the rest of the tour that there will be some pressure on batsmen, so there is no substitute for spending time in the middle. It's a golden opportunity for Suhas and SP when he gets out there. Ayaz has been there through the fall of 2 batsmen. He should continue to stay on and coach Suhas through the initial 6 to 10 balls while he gets his feet going and gets a lay of the land as to how the wicket is behaving.
Yeah, they've built up the run rate is sitting at an excellent rate at the moment, well over the 6 runs to the over, almost 7 runs to the over. And so given the new batter the opportunity to come in and be able to find his feet almost on the surface, so you don't need to be going at it from ball 1 here. You can understand the pace of the wicket, and they'll take a single there as that's misfielded by Koipale at mid-off. So he's underway, is Suhas in his innings. Ayaz with him has just gone to a very well played 50. He's on 54 of 42 deliveries with 6 boundaries. So just to run through the scorecard and the bowling figures so far. So was the USA won the toss this morning and decided they were going to have a bowl first. Have a bat first, and they've had a very good innings so far. Opening partnership of 72 before Rafe Kazi was LBW to Ian Beale for 28 of 34 balls with 2 4s and 1 6, and then a 74-run partnership for the second wicket before Faisal Alam was bowled by Phil Warren. It wasn't bowled, it was stumped. We've got him down as bowling. He was stumped by Telfer off the bowling of Warren for 88 of 69 balls, 12 4s and 2 6s, and then more recently the wicket of Sanjeewa Veerasinghe for 90 of 22 deliveries of 2 4s, bowled by Ranveer Johal. It is 199 for 3 after 28 overs. We have a change of bowling from the northern end of the ground. Nick Hooper is coming in with his medium paces. That's neatly played, but straight to Troy Cross at backward point. And then from a bowling point of view, Arthur Moore and Ian Beale opened the bowling. Arthur Moore 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 31. Beale just the 1 wicket, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 47. Phil Warren also taking the 1 wicket, 9 overs, no maiden, 1 for 64. He's finished his spell of 9, so 9 overs maximum that you can bowl. That's nicely played down to a deep extra cover position for 2. Arthur Moore doing the fielding there. And the total goes to 200. 201 it is for the loss of 3, and that coming off 28 overs and 2 deliveries. So once again, another 50 that's been scored at about 7 and over. That coming off 6 overs and 4 balls, so very good for the 4th 50. Beautifully played, well fielded by Ranveer. Won't go through for the single. And then finally, Ranveer Johal, 7 overs for him, no maidens, 1 for 55. So it's been excellent from the men from the USA, batting at over 7 and over. Just the 3 wickets down and 2 overs to go before the next drinks break. A bit of it, I think, just an inside edge onto the pad. And they're through quickly.
Down.
Oh, and that looked very close. That looked exceptionally close. But umpire Martin Kristen saying no, not out. Oh, risky single.
That really did look close. Of course, we're nowhere near the umpire is in the best position, but it looked like maybe his bat was in the air. But of course, the umpire is in the best position over there. For a second, it looked out here. 5 dot balls in this over. Suhas played 3 really nice looking, forward, backward punches, etc. It's just his bat. He looks pretty good. The key thing here is not to get frustrated. It's okay to play 3 or 4 balls and they go straight to fielder. That's okay. As you settle in, you'll be able to figure out just to put the ball maybe a little further to the left or right of the fielder, and that becomes a 2 or even a boundary. So it's critical that Suhas doesn't get too frustrated by those dot balls and just settle in. And he'll definitely, he's another very elegant player. You can see that from some of the shots he's actually already played.
Yeah, and as you say, there's no need at this stage to be worried about the run rate. If it takes a couple of overs to sort of get into his stride, and that's fine. Looks like it's going to be Ranveer to bowl his 8th over. Hooper replacing Warren. Warren finished his spell. So 9 overs on the trot for Warren. It will be Ranveer, I'm sure, that will be bowling unchanged for his 9 as well. The left arm orthodox spinner.
I'm sure there'll be a little bit of trash talk from Ranveer to Sanjeeva when we go back. So Ranveer plays with us in the West Zone.
Okay.
He plays for the West Warriors, which is a Northern California team.
Okay.
And Sanjeev and I play for West Lions, which is the Southern California team. We play against each other in the Nationals, and then we play together as a team in the Zonals. We play for the West Zone. So we know each other pretty well, and I'm sure the next time he meets them, he's going to tell them about how he bowled that beautiful ball that got Sanjeeva out.
I'm sure he won't let him forget that at all.
Absolutely.
And so, leg bars this time off the pads of Suhas as that's down. Very fine, and Anthony Telfer chases that down 204 for 3. And it's wonderful, isn't it, the camaraderie both off the field and then on the field. And tournaments like this, and as you say, in regional, provincial and other state tournaments as you might have in the US and in Australia, and that's what makes cricket such a fantastic game. Through whatever generation you play, the people that you meet on the field, and then enjoy the time off the field with them as well. Down the leg side, it's not signalled as a wide by umpire Kristen, saying it maybe just touched the pad as it went through.
So as you can imagine, the national team is selected from all over the country, and we have players from the South Zone, from the West Zone, from East, Central, and the North as well. And we have our own little trash talk that goes on in our WhatsApp groups between the winners of the zonal tournament every year and how they're so much better than everybody else. So that's the fun part of sports. And another really nice shot by Ayaz. Again, waiting. I mean, people may get sick and tired of me saying this. Ayaz has really done a fantastic job slowing down and waiting for the ball to be hit. There's such a tendency to go hard at it, especially when a slow bowler like Ranveer is bowling, and he's wanting you to make that mistake. And Ayaz made a couple of mistakes. I think there was one ball that went to long on, just fell short, and then there was the drop by Andy. Both of those shots were when he went hard at it. Yeah. And when he's actually waited for the ball, he's been able to play some glorious shots.
Yeah, it was neatly played once again, just tickling it into the leg side. And he'll keep the strike at the end of the over. Another good one for the USA, and it is going to be drinks with the score on 211 for the loss of 3. It's been an excellent second 15 overs as well for the USA. 112 runs in those 15 overs, and they will be very pleased. They're batting at just over 7 and over at the moment, looking at a potential total with these last 15 overs to get themselves over 300, which will be an outstanding total. We're going to have a little bit of a break as well for a drink. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. welcome back to Cape Town Cricket Club, where is going to be the batters from the USA, Ayaz Sheikh and Suhas Naik, to continue. 211 for 3 after 30 overs, batting at just over 7 to the over. It's been outstanding from the USA so far. The Spirit of Cricket Masters 11 bowlers have been pretty much put to the sword here, and that is down the leg side from Hooper, and will be called wide to start the 31st over. So final power play now of the game, the last 15 overs. That's very neatly played through that backward point. Regent's racing away. Some great work done there by Ranveer. Chased that one down exceptionally well, and they'll come through for 2. They probably could have gone for 3. That throw coming in not too strong from the boundary. And I'm James King, and a privilege to have Aaron Tholodor with me here on commentary, sitting out today with an injury you sustained earlier on in the tournament, Aaron, from the USA. And so that'll go through for 2. They'll go through for 2 as well. Ian Beale just not able to collect that. In fact, they're going to come through for 3. That's excellent running from Suhas. An easy 3 in the end. Aaron, and been impressive the way the USA have gone about this.
Yeah, an ideal 2 sessions so far. As you think about a game like a 45-over game, you kind of break it down into sessions, and if you look at where you would give the session to which team you would give it to, but both of those first and second sessions clearly belong to the United States. Impressive. What's been impressive is certainly the shots and the boundaries and the sixes have been impressive, but to me the even better thing that we've done well so far is slowing down the game a little bit, waiting for the bad balls, and really settling in and taking those 1s and 2s and some 3s as well. So to me that is very, very encouraging. If we can continue to do that for the rest of the tournament, I think we will be in a very, very good position. So again, controlling the controllables, which is really how you prepare and how you come in with a game plan and execute the game plan. The outcome on a given day, you do everything perfectly, but the opposition could do the same thing and do it a little bit better, and you end up losing. So that's nothing to be ashamed of. But it's when you don't perform to your potential, that's when there's a lot of soul searching happening. So I think what this is good for us is we know we can do this, and now we were actually showing it and actually demonstrating it, and I hope that this portends well for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, showed it in that very good win on Tuesday against the USA, putting on 168 in with 20 overs there, with a couple of excellent contributions. I mean, Sanjeeva Veerasimha being the top scorer with the 58 that he got.
I thought it was like 60.
Sorry, yeah, it was 68. I think it was. I have got it down here. That's played very nicely into the deep. Apologies for that. I did have it down here. 68. Sorry, 40 deliveries for him. So excellent from Sanjeeva there, batting at a 100 and what would that be? 68 would be 170 strike rate, which is outstanding. Exactly what you want in a T20. Somebody that's batting through. And yeah, all the batting pairs have done really well in just keeping the strike, keeping the run rate ticking over, getting those singles, and in that over again, no boundaries, but 10 off the over, which is outstanding.
Yes.
Sorry, 11 off the over. Apologies, I missed the last one. 11 off the over, so double Nelson on the board. 2-2-2 for 3. Are you superstitious, Aaron?
Well, no, I've not come across a cricketer who's not superstitious, let's just put it that way. Whether you're playing or you're watching your team that you're rooting for, there's so many stories about the couch that you sit in, the blanket that you put over your feet, or whatever it is. And when you're in the when you're, it's a tight match and you're sitting in the pavilion, players are asked to sit in that spot and not move. And there are legendary stories of folks who needed to go to the bathroom but have been told, there's no way, you gotta hold it in.
you don't move, exactly. Yeah. As you say, legendary stories from cricketing superstitions, and batters who always put on, well, normally they put the same pad on first, but always do things exactly the same way. It's turned into a full toss. It's going to go down to that man who's very straight at mid-off, or long-off, should I say, on the boundary. So through for a single. Ranveer's last over now. You say you play with Ranveer and with Andy, but you play with Andy Koipile.
Yeah, we play against him. I haven't played with Andy. I have played with Ranveer and against Ranveer. Andy's from a different zone and plays for a different team, so we don't have an opportunity to play on the same team. But we play quite a number of tournaments, and so we get to know each other, certainly on the field, but more off the field as well. For our Masters tournaments, we all typically stay in the same hotel, and lots of fun after the games, and that's really, really well taken. Good call by Suhas to the ball was straight to the fielder, but slow enough that he recognized it as a single and then scampers across. Really, really happy and impressed with our team and how they are running between the wickets today. There have been maybe 3 or 4 occasions where runs that could have been taken have not been, which is pretty good, I would say.
Well, it looked like that one almost slipped out of the hand from Ranveer. It's just set up beautifully for Suhas, and he plays it down to long leg for 4 easy pickings for the USA batter, and I think it's his first boundary. He moves into double figures with that shot. His partner at the other end, Ayaz, on 67. He's done really well. He came in at number 3. He shared in a very good partnership with Faisal of 74, and then one with Sanjeeva of 52. Neatly played. Goes through for the single. Will there be overthrows? No, they decide against it as Moore does the cleaning up behind. But it has been excellent. The running's been excellent. The positioning's been excellent. Do you feel perhaps that from a Masters 11 that they perhaps could have had the fielders in a little bit closer, maybe?
It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? I think if you try to go stop those singles, all of a sudden the ball goes past. So I would say that there have been at least 5 or 6 shots that have been hit with power where the ball has gone to the fielder and they were at the 30-yard circle, and so they were able to stop it. Anywhere closer, it could have been past them for a boundary. So yes, it's hindsight is a little bit of a. It's easy to say in hindsight. You've got to do what you got to do, but. Are you willing to take that risk is the question. It's
difficult, isn't it? Because you want to try and cut off the singles, but you do run the risk. And particularly here, if the ball does go past you, then it can easily be, well, it'll certainly be 2, and it could quite easily be 3, depending on the running between the wickets.
And it's late in the season, so the outfields are relatively dry. You've had a heat spell as well, so it is quite quick. It's not lightning fast, but certainly decently quick that the ball is traveling.
It's neatly played once again down to long on for the single. And as Roger was telling us before the toss, Roger Moult and his team at Vikas are doing a fantastic job in organising this tournament. Roger Moult, whose home club is Cape Town Cricket Club, telling us that they have a whole flock of guinea fowl that keep their outfield sorted for them. It's a good run. Direct hit, he might have been in trouble, but that was well away from the stumps. And once again, rotating the strike exceptionally well. There, Ayaz through for the single. He's nearing his 70 mark now.
That single is always on. Ranveer is there at the 30-yard circle. It's going to be very, very hard for 55 plus players to hit the stump directly from the 30-yard circle. So I think that single's always on.
Yeah.
But that's well done by Ranveer as he walked in from his position at the circle and then quickly pounced on that ball, preventing a single from happening.
And that is where, as you say, the mobility and just maybe anticipation as well comes into it. Down the leg side. And Telfer can't gather that one. That might be wides. It's gone down to the boundary for 4 as well. So 5 wides. That's not what the Spirit of Cricket Masters 11 would have wanted. Difficult take though down the leg side. It was full as well. And those are always very difficult for any wicketkeeper to take, let alone a wicketkeeper that is in their 50s.
Well, actually, Telfer's done a fantastic job today. I haven't seen him keep in the past, but he absolutely looks the part like he belongs, and he's done really well with his movement. He's had a few stops down the leg side with his pads, so this one was a little too much for him to do anything about, but overall, really great job so far by him.
Yeah, he certainly prides himself as a backstopper. That's in the air, but it bounced short of Andy Koipele at deep forward of square in front of the tree there. And Anthony Telfer playing his first game of the tournament here for the Masters 11, having gone down with a tummy bug towards the end of last week.
Off the bat.
Yeah, off the bat, or
maybe the pad, given that how slow it's going.
Yeah, we'll wait for the signal from umpire Theo Camden. Off the bat, so maybe back onto pad. It's another 2. And to Aya's shape, and the end of the over, and score now 241. 240. 240 for the loss of 3. So yep, also one short run in that over as well by the batters. So 33 overs gone, 242. So once again, that run rate is really good for these two. Over 70 overs, 7.4 is what the scorecard says. It sounds a bit high to me, but maybe it is. 231 would be, no, 7.3 to the over. Very good run rate, and possibly could get it up to 8, Aaron.
Yeah, all boxes checked so far,
yeah.
Ticked so far, as you would say here. Yeah, the US set for a mammoth total here, certainly north of 325, I would think, is something that they would be looking at. And in the context of the broader tournament, it'll be important for the batsmen to continue to do what they're doing, get to a very big total, and then try and get the Masters, Spirit of Cricket Masters 11 out cheaply to get the net run rate into play as well. So we're playing 3 matches. Every team plays 3 matches, and the rankings will happen 1 through 8 after that. I suspect there'll be a couple of teams that win all 3, but it could come down to a 2-1 team going into the finals based on net run rate. So I'm sure everyone has their calculators or plans out, but it's still a long tournament. You've got to win the game first before you start thinking about net run rate. It's too far out. He stepped out. Yeah,
going down. Change the leg side, but it was very difficult to give those type of decisions, particularly when the bat is so far down the wicket. Suhas, though, doing the right thing, then getting off strike now for Ayaz, who's into the 70s now. 71 for him, 15 to Suhas. No run there. So James Trail into the attack. It's been a good over for him so far. Just the batters need to have a bit of a look at him first, maybe. Just a single leg bye off the over so far. That's neatly played. Would just be one.
It'd be good. I think the US team will probably look for Ayaz to take off a little bit here. He's got his time in the middle. He's scored a good 70 plus. Suhas will be important for him to continue to spend a little bit of time. And then we have SP and Raj and some of the batsmen who would truly benefit from time in the middle. So I'm sure they're looking at that as a strategy as well. The captain, the vice captain, and the team think tank.
At 242 for 3 after 34. Just a 2 off that over the first one from James Trail. That's a good one for the Masters 11 as they're trying to see if they can limit the damage here in the last number of overs. So 45 overs aside and 325 would be 7 and over. That is a minimum you feel for the US. You're looking for close to 350 probably. If the acceleration is to come. Hooper's away from us again. That's in the air. It's going to be over the head of the man at deep mid-wicket. Hits the tree over the boundary and is a massive 6. That's really well struck. Outstanding shot from Ayaz. And has he decided to put the accelerator or put his foot to the pedal here maybe already? I'm not sure. It was a very good shot though. Played it with some purpose. Didn't quite go into the road over the fence there, but close enough. And that might be another boundary. And it's going down towards the deep backward square. A long leg boundary for 4. Excellent from him. Moves into the 80s. With those 2 shots off the first 2 balls of Hooper's over, and the previous over might have gone for 2, but this has really gone for 10 in the first 2 deliveries. Acceleration coming. 82 and not out now. Ayaz.
That's lovely shot. Just a little bit of width, and Ayaz frees his arms, and that is one of his shots. I've seen him play that on the offside, anywhere from point all the way over cover. He just throws his hand at the ball when it's wide on offer, and is able to clear not only the infield but also along the ground for a boundary.
Outstanding from him. Score has raced along now. 250 achieved with the first of the boundaries.
That's a more classical shot here. Cover drive will only get 2.
Well, that's it. It's a low scoring shot from what we've seen so far in the over. Just to give you that 252 for 3 of the 250 coming off of the second ball of the 35th over. So another 6 overs for that 50, and that's going at just over 8 and over for the last 50. So the acceleration is coming from the USA. This man who's on strike at the moment, that is taking a liking to the Masters 11 bowling. As all good batters, he knows exactly how to count to 6, and so steals the strike at the end of the over. That's exactly what would have been needed. So that's 17 off the over, and the score's gone to 260 now for the loss of 3. And that's in that over as well. When the 6 was hit, took them to their 50 partnership. So the 4th partnership of 50 or more for the USA, which has been why this score has really gone to 260 for 3. Brilliant partnerships all the way down the order. James Trail now into the attack. 10 overs to go. So 10 overs to go, 260 on the board. They were looking for minimum 8 and over surely from here. And that takes them to 340, which would be an outstanding score.
Yeah, the launch pad is set, the rocket is fueled. Looking forward to some
intent clear, isn't it? Yeah. Just the single for Suhas that time. So Ayaz has moved into the 90s now with that single off the first ball. So he's 90 not out. Seen his captain score 88 earlier on today. Another easy single to Hoffman at extra cover. Yeah, Anthony Telfer's done a great job behind the sticks for the Masters 11. It's very windy conditions out there as well, not that warm. It's nicely played down to wide, long off, long on for just a single.
I agree. He's a big guy as well. It's so hard for tall, big wicket keepers to stay low. Yeah. He's done a fantastic and an outstanding job.
Clever batting. Clever from Ayaz. Not really given anything there to hit. It's a ball short of a length from James Trail. Just tip and run into the offside.
That's a lovely shot. Hits it over mid-off. Suhas is an excellent batsman as well, and he needs a little time in the middle and to find his groove. He's got all the shots in the book. So far in this tour, he's played a couple of games. I've felt like he's on the cusp of that breakout. He's looked really good before he's gotten out. He hasn't had the big scores yet, but this is a golden opportunity for him to really that critical spot. So we've got the order set up quite consistently. Ayaz coming in at 1 down, Sanjeeva at 4, Suhas at 5. That 3, 4, 5 are so crucial and really difficult positions because sometimes you're going in at 10 for 2 or 15 for 3, and there are times when you're going in at 80 for 1. And so to be able to adapt your game to the situation is not easy. At least as an opening batsman, you know what you're going there as an opener. You know what you're going to face, but what you're going to be getting into is very uncertain in those spots. And today the US team has done really well, like you said, 4th 50-run partnership, and every partnership has looked good and untroubled, frankly.
Oh, it's a huge hit into the wind. There's nobody out there. And that has gone down to the boundary for 4. And Koipale, all he can do is go and retrieve that. Cleared his front leg, Suhas Naik. And he's getting in on the party as well here. That now takes this pair to the highest partnership of the innings so far, 76 they've put on already for the 4th wicket. And to your point, really coming in with the score 198 for 3, the important thing for him was just to maintain that impetus and do his role, play his role in terms of giving the strike initially over to Ayaz, and now he's opening up himself. It's another one hit with some power. He looks really good off the back foot, does Suhas. That shot of the previous over that went down over extra cover for 4 was really well struck. Cooper.
I played against Suhas many times, and there was one match I remember he scored 50 something against us, and he couldn't play a false shot in that game. It was just so sublime, and he looks the part. He's looked the part every game in this tour so far, and today he's been able to convert that into, what's he, like
25 now.
25,
He's
yeah.
on, so he's played an excellent supporting role for Ayaz in this partnership. Another glorious shot, this time straight to Ranveer at deep cover point. They go through just for the single.
It's probably 2 on offer there if Ayaz wanted it.
Yeah, he's been out there now for a while. Came in the 12th over. He's been there ever since. It's been a very good innings from him. 93. That's in the air. Won't be taken. Just bounces short of the man in the deep. Does well, in fact, to get behind that and stop it going for more than one. Sometimes the spin can make it difficult for you there. The end of the over. Another very good one for the men from the USA. And the total now has moved to 278, I think it is. 279, sorry, 279 for 3. So another 10 off that over, Aaron. Another very good over for the USA.
It is getting even more windy. It was quite windy when we started the game, and it's getting more windy. The clouds are rolling in. What do you think? What's the local prediction? What do you think? Is we going to have a little drizzle?
I hope not. We're not supposed to get rain today, but that was earlier on when I checked. I'll have a look now and see what the updated forecast
Best
is
job
saying.
in the world is
to
be the weatherman.
I think so, yes, because
You know what they say?
You can get it wrong, and nobody will even blink, will they? Because it's the weather. So you know it's so unpredictable. It can be unpredictable. It says rain after 7 p.m. here this evening. At the moment, it's supposed to just be very windy, and at 6 o'clock, the chances of rain goes up to about 24%. So hopefully, we'll get a full day's play in. As that's in the air, but it not just falls into no man's land in between the two fields on the offside. 277, sorry, 280 now for 3.
As the smell of some awesome lunch wafts in, making me hungry here.
Yes, it is. It smells like onions cooking, doesn't it? And that always smells good. That's down the leg side. Hospitality from all of the clubs which we've been to so far been absolutely outstanding. Just to say thank you to those clubs that have been hosting the teams for the tournament so far, whether they be practice matches or the 2 games that took place, the 2 days of T20 cricket that took place at the Claremont Cricket Club, and from today at a number of different venues across Cape Town, and a couple in the Willant game at Drakenstein today as well. It's a beautiful venue. That's very nicely played down to man at deep mid-wicket. One of the few deliveries that's actually been played down to deep mid-wicket recently, and they could potentially have got through for 2 there.
That was an easy 2 on offer. Maybe Suhas is letting Ayaz have the strike to get to his 100.
Maybe he's currently on 97, and that may well be the 100. It's coming down here. Is it going to get there? No, it's not going to get there.
Got to run 3, so Suhas needs to push.
Yeah.
Push. There's a 3 there for the throw.
Yeah, he's going for the throw. Is he going to make it? I don't think he is. Oh, he is going to make it, and that is the 100 for Ayaz Sheikh. It is Telfer that can't hit the stumps with his throw. Suhas takes the risk of going through for the 3rd, and what an innings this has been from Ayaz Sheikh. Goes to his 100. Outstanding from the number 3 from the USA. What an innings that's been, Aaron.
A well-deserved century. I'm really very happy for him. It's been a long time coming. He's an excellent player. His role is to be aggressive, and today he found the perfect balance between aggression, a controlled aggression, I would say, and very, very well played. It's never easy to get 100.
Now he moves to 104 with that shot through deep mid-wicket. Oh, sorry, Suhas moves his score, apologies, on to 36 with that shot. And excellent from him. Total now moves to 290. 290 for the loss of 3. So 100, his 100 coming up off 70 balls as we say hello to Barry Richards. It's coming to have a look at this match here. It was wonderful to chat to him on Tuesday in the break of innings in that match on Tuesday, and he's here again today. It's really incredible to see the legends involved here with the career. That's in the air. It's going to land safely once again in front of Ranveer. They go through for another single. 291 for the loss of 3. It's the end of the over and a chance for some of the players from the Spirit of Cricket Masters 11 to shake the hand of Ayaz Sheikh. Anthony Telfer there shaking his hand. A brilliant innings from him. Say his 100 coming up off 70 balls with 9 fours and 1 6.
The strike rate around 160 there. So it's been a really good batting display by the American team. Every batsman has got in and taken the time to settle down, judge how the wicket is doing, and then put the bad balls that have been on offer, put them away for boundaries. And the most encouraging thing to me has been the running between the wickets. They have really taken some of the things that we discussed in our team meetings to heart. Perhaps a few more that have been left out there, but that's okay. You know, when you have a score like this, it's okay to do that. But those little things in tighter matches will definitely be something that we'll be talking about. But overall, lots and lots of positives to take home here. And you know, the critic in us always comes out and says, you know, you've done really well. You didn't. What was your what marks did you get in your exam? 98. So well, why did you get 100? 98 is pretty good. So I think we're up there. We should be very happy with what we've done so far.
Yeah, it has been an impressive team performance here from the batters of the USA. Every single one of the batters doing their job as Arthur Moore is back into the attack. That's a little bit short to begin with. Looked like a stiff delivery from Moore, and that is punished once again by Suhas down to the boundary for 4. He's now starting to open his shoulders, show us his array of shots as he moves into the high 30s, 38 now for him. An excellent role that he's played as they approach their 100 partnership. Aaron, just 3 runs away from a 100 partnership.
That may be it.
Yeah, it will be it as he flicks that one that's down the leg side, down to the boundary for 4. And takes the total to 299. 101 the partnership between these two. 101 that's come off now, the second ball of the 39th over. So that 100 coming up off just 11 overs and 4 balls. How outstanding has that been? So almost 9 and over this partnership.
And that included an over, there were 2 runs.
It did include no 2 runs, the first over from James Trail, but it has been outstanding. And probably the thing that's been the most impressive is the fact that there's so few dot balls in that particular partnership. Running between the wickets has been excellent, been punctuated with the odd boundary. And umpire Martin Kristen saying not out as Anthony Telfer does some excellent work behind the stumps yet again, but that foot from Suhas is firmly rooted in the crease. He's on 42 now. Those 2 boundaries in the over. He's eyeing a half century. high, wide, and Handsome just bounces short of the man coming in from that wideish long on position.
Yeah, Suhas is an excellent all-round player. He's got shots, and he's displayed those shots both on the leg side and the offside. I really like his back foot play. He hit.
It's in the air, should be taken, and is. And that is Kirkham. It takes the catch at that sort of straight, deep mid-on position. And it is the wicket of Ayaz. How excellent has he been? Absolutely brilliant innings from Ayaz Sheikh. 100 and, in fact, exactly 100 for him.
Brilliant knock by Ayaz, again showing the temperament that he has. Running well between the wickets, getting the singles, very few dot balls, putting the bad balls away. An absolutely awesome performance. Comes back with a big smile on his face. He should be very, very happy with what he's done for the team today. And will take a lot of confidence into the games that are coming up, being hugged by all the players. You know, they don't mind that he's sweaty. They'll give him a good hug. He deserves it.
He does indeed. And 300 on the board for the USA as the fourth wicket falls. But what an innings that was from Ayaz Sheikh.
Let's also not forget that catch. It was high up in the air with the wind that's blowing the way it is. Not easy to judge it and get under the ball properly. And he reverse cuffed it and took that catch. So wonderful job to keep your eye on the ball and finish that catch.
It's the new man, Satchapal. He's trapped. LBW first ball by Arthur Moore. So one wicket has brought a second as a straight one. He's trying to work it into the leg side. Just playing in front of his pad a little bit there. Maybe closing the face a little bit too early. And Arthur Moore gets 2 and 2 as the fifth wicket falls with the score on 300. So 39 overs gone now. 300 on the board. And I'm going to need you to help me with the pronunciation of Raj's surname because I can't remember what it was. Badadare?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
So most people pronounce it Badadare, which is fine. But I believe that it's really pronounced Badadare.
Badadare. Okay.
But Badadare is perfectly fine. You did an excellent job, like most of us probably pronounce his name. He mentioned that to me once, and so I've tried hard to do it the right way. But so Raj is the vice captain. SP will be incredibly disappointed with himself. His streak of poor form continues. He's an excellent batsman. He's just an unbelievable batsman. He's won his games. He's been here for the World Cup a few years ago. Fantastic batsman and a really reliable fielder in the outfield. One of the fittest guys on the team. I'm sure he'd have loved to play a few overs and get bat on ball, but he's lost out on that. The very first ball going across the line to a pitched up ball, that's always a little dangerous, and maybe playing with a dead bat early on would have been the right call, but feel bad for him, but I'm sure he'll bounce back. At this point, the more important thing for him is to not overthink it, know that you're a good player, and when the time comes that you will deliver, rely on all the hard work that you've done in the nets, in practice, and you're just one knock away from turning it into a purple patch. So Raj is in, he's the vice captain. He also plays with us in the West Zone. He plays for West Warriors. He's the captain of the team that Ranveer actually plays for.
Okay. So James Trail, into the attack for his next over. Say continuing from the southern end, and is hit immediately through to the boundary, and that is 50, is it? No, not quite yet. 47 now. Suhas is on with that boundary. He started to open up. It was an excellent shot once again. He's made that into a full toss. Ranveer is out on the boundary, does well. to cut that one off, and they go through for a single.
The previous shot by Suhas that went for the boundary, that was an excellent shot. Just stepped out, made it into a half volley, and really didn't try to hit it too hard again. Just timed it so perfectly that the two fielders watched the ball go exactly between them, just bisected it perfectly. Suhas starting to look really, really good again.
Straight back to the bowler from Raj. His job here is to get Suhas back on strike as quickly as possible. Just work the ball around. That'll do very nicely. In fact, it'll do even better than nicely. It's going out towards the boundary. And here's the man who took the catch. Kirkham that comes around to field. Through for two. He's off the mark with that couple into the offside, so 7 off the over, still maintaining that very good run rate with it's neatly played. That's another single down to Troy Cross at square leg. So we've got the 4 men that are allowed out in this power play period are all, well, there's 3 of them on the leg side, deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, a wideish long on, and a straightish long off. So nobody out on the boundary in the cover region. In fact, they've got 5 men out. Sorry, apologies, 5 men out. And there's a man at a wideish or wideish long off as well. The end of the over. And 8 of that. 308 for the loss of 5. So 5 overs to go, Aaron. So what would they be looking at here? Minimum, what, 8 and over minimum, you would think?
Yeah, 350 for sure.
Yeah.
I think they'd be disappointed with anything less than 350. Having said that, I think this is a good total as it is. The opportunity again, I don't think they need many more, frankly, to defend. As far as the game is concerned, I think it's important for Raj also to get a knock in the middle at this point. Suhas is really settled in. I think he'll really be happy with his performance today.
Well, he is just 2 runs away from a 50, but it's Raj on strike. It's down the leg side from Moore. And that'll be wided from the umpire.
It's hard for a bowler to come back in the back of the innings after you haven't, you're stiff. It's cool, it's not cold, it's windy, and it's hard for a fast bowler to just come back and get it right on target. He's got a beautiful run up and action.
It does, doesn't he? Have a very nice action, Arthur Moore. Nice economical run in, flowing nicely, gets to the crease, and it's all, working nicely in terms of the motion. You sense that it's an action that he's probably not picked up too many injuries in his career.
Yeah.
It's very important to just let everything sort of flow, nice gather and bound. That's very well played into the deep mid-wicket area. Koipale does the fielding out there. Andy Koipale has been on the boundary for most of the innings.
He's been busy,
Yeah.
not only stopping some of them, but also fetching.
Yeah.
As the USA batsmen have peppered the boundaries.
I think that might well have come off the pad, potentially. Umpire Theo Camden is tapping his leg, and he gives us the flamingo now, so we know that that is a leg by. So still 2 required for Suas to get to his 50. He played a very important part in that partnership of 102 for the 4th wicket. What a partnership that was between him and Ayaz.
Just every one of those partnerships has been brilliant, excellent. I think each of the batsmen have gone in and
it's down the leg side and looks like it's going to go away for 4, and it is once again 5 wides. Very difficult for the wicket keeper there, Anthony Telfer, to collect that one, especially at the pace at which Arthur Moore is bowling, and another 5 wides to the score takes it.
I was just watching Raj setting up to bat, and he was literally, his head was still down, he was still tapping the ground while the bowler was almost, it was probably like 2 steps away from the crease and about to deliver. I thought for a second he might just pull away, but he stayed in, and 5 wides was the result.
That's very nicely cut out into the covers. Ranbir again in quickly, done well.
Ranbir is quick, he's a good fielder. He came in from deep into the boundary line and he just picked it up at the 30-yard circle, so well done there. That could have easily been a 2 if he had been a little bit slower.
So 9 off this over so far, 317 for the loss of 5. And this time wide outside the off stump, so it's been a long over already for Arthur Moore. 3 wides in the over, the one that went down to the boundary. So just 4 legal deliveries. He's still got 2 left to bowl. I think the last thing you want to do is to be bowling 9 or 10 ball overs as well.
It's hard enough to bowl 6.
I bowled him. Well, he went for the shot. Did Suas went for the shot. His score on 48, trying to play it over the top, and he does get the radar right this time, Arthur Moore. And Suas Naik, an excellent innings of 48 for him, comes to an end. 48 for him of 44 deliveries. I think it was, just looking at that, it is 318 for the loss of 6. And now will be 2 newish batters at the crease, as coming out to the middle is Himanshu Patadia coming out into the middle, number 21 on his back. So the extra balls in the over proving to be successful for Arthur Moore.
Really good knock by Suhas. 50 or not, I think this is a very, very important inning for him. He's looked good in every match we played so far, and he's been able to get some runs under his belt and get used to these pitches. Playing some overs there will be incredibly helpful for him in the future. He will be disappointed though, as I look at that shot that he played. He's got great shots on the offside. That ball was actually pitched up on the off stump. He's got a really good cover drive. He didn't need to go across the line. I think he was trying to hit hard. That sometimes happens in the tail end of the innings when you have 4 overs left, 3 overs left. You're trying to really score a lot of runs, and then you lose your shape, and then you lose your wicket. I think he could have just put that ball through covers for a boundary just as easily. But regardless, not to be too critical of that one particular ball or one particular shot, I think he's played a wonderful knock. That 100-run partnership between Ayaz and Suhas was very well constructed.
Yeah, and so 4 overs to go in the innings for the USA. 319 now for the loss of 6. James Trail to continue, and will likely be him to finish off from this end. 2 left for him. That's neatly played down to the leg side. Himanshu off quickly, and he'll definitely come back for 2. That is very good from Himanshu, just recognising it, just tickling it into the leg side. The man's deep on the boundary here in front of us.
Himanshu will be very excited to get a bat in the middle. He's been auditioning for a spot in the batting order for quite some time now. He's our opening bowler. He's a left-arm spinner. He opens the bowling, and he'll feel hard done by not having had a chance to bat. So good on the captain to get Himanshu out there and have him bat in the middle of the order, lower middle order.
Yeah, and hopefully for the USA will take some momentum from his batting innings into the bowling. That's neatly played. And Himanshu will come back for two. Well, he wanted to come back for two, and he was going to the danger end. He was sent back. Well, in fact, he wasn't sent back by his partner. He realised that his partner had no intention at all of coming back for a second.
He could have gone and shook his hand and come back, and he would have completed it.
Yeah, he actually ran 3 there, I think. It does happen sometimes, doesn't it? Oh, they're going to go through for a single here, and that should be, I reckon that should have been a run out. James Trail, it's maybe difficult throw that he got from Anthony Telfer. Telfer will be absolutely mortified that he didn't actually affect the run out there.
This is we've had a similar situation a couple of times now that we've talked about, is for the bowler to get back behind the stumps.
Yeah.
I bet if he was behind the stumps, he could have collected it, and that happens a lot. I mean, I'm guilty of it more often than not, to stand and watch the ball. It's important for the bowler to get back. You just never know.
As you say, very important from a positioning point of view to make sure you are in the best possible place to effect a run out. That's another single to Himanshu. Total moving up. Oh, reverse paddle, reverse sweep coming out there from Raj. First time we've seen that today.
I'm looking for Peter Kirsten to see what he would think of that shot. I'm sure he'll be frowning. This is not a shot for a 55-year-old.
Yeah, certainly does bemoan those shots from time to time. As you say, he was chatting to me earlier on, as he was saying he coaches. I think it's very young. He coaches a youngster, and they bring out the reverse sweep all the time.
Learn to play the sweep first before you try the reverse sweep.
Exactly. And that's when you find a place that's got a lot of leaves, and you give the youngster a normal broom.
Yes.
And more back into action from the northern end of the ground. 327 for 6, 3 overs to go. 350 has to be on the cards if they can get the ball away. Raj is getting perhaps an under edge on that, through for a single. 328, so 22 away from the 350. That will be, well, it is already an imposing target, as you said. I feel that if the Masters 11 are going to get anywhere near this, going to have a similar sort of batting innings to what the USA have had, in terms of a couple of batters getting big scores. And that is a quick run. Oh, and that hit, he'd given up already anyway, and just, I think, missed the stumps. That's Hooper. That's that shortish mid-off position. Tried to roll it onto the stumps, but misses.
I'm going to have to go have a talk with Himanshu to explain to him why he might not have been getting the batting from the captain with that kind of calling and running between the wickets. And there you go, Raj wild heave across the line and is bowled. This again goes to show this is just how SP getting out and Raj getting out here, and then Suhas as well, goes to show how important the top 4 or 5 batsmen and how well they played. It's not easy. It's not easy for Raj to come in and any batsman to come in and throw your bat at it and score at 6, 7, 8 and over.
No, not at all, and especially the slower wicket, always difficult because the ball not coming onto the bat. You've got to make all the pace yourself, as it is going to be Balbir Singh coming out to bat. He's going to be joining Himanshu Patadia. So that partnership of 11 of 9, sorry, of actually 11 deliveries. So just as you say, wickets always cause the run rate to drop, and towards the end of the innings, difficult to, as you're coming in, to try to hit from ball one, particularly on a slow surface. So Balbir now has Moore has got 4 wickets. He's looking for a fifer. Looking for a Michelle here is Arthur Moore. Outside the off stump.
That stung, and
yeah, it did hurt, didn't it? And, it really is excellent standing up to the medium pacer. Let's get a bit of a break in the clouds, a bit of watery sun coming out. It has been a very cloudy day. We are hoping we don't get any rain. That would be very sad to have a shortened game. Appeal for a stumping, I think, down the leg side.
It's well done, right?
Yeah, it was well picked up, wasn't it? Not given. And at the end of the Moore over, 2 dots to finish off. 329 for 7 at the end of 43. Once again, brilliant innings. This has been compiled excellently. All the top order batters did exceptionally well. Rafiq Kazi, 28 of 34 for him, 2 fours, 1 6. Faisal Alam, 88 of 69 deliveries, 12 fours, 2 sixes. Ayaz Sheikh, 100 of 71 deliveries, 9 fours and 1 6. AB support as well by Sanjeeva Weerasinghe, 19 of 22 for him with 2 fours, and then Suhas Naik, 48 of 44 with 7 boundaries in that innings. Partnerships for the first 4 wickets of 72, 74, 52 and 102 have propelled USA to an excellent score. So Manju trying to hit that one over the top, gets the outside edge down to Hooper, I think that is, at short third man, and they go through for a single.
Balbir played a very good knock the other day against Australia. He and Sanjeeva put together a quick partnership of, I think, 40 something. Sanjeeva doing the bulk of the scoring, but Balbir is a good batsman in his own right, and he came back and bowled brilliantly. He took 3 wickets at the top and really put the brakes on the Australian batting, and they never could recover from those early wickets. So good performance by Balbir against Australia. And it's good to have him get a knock in here. Balbir's quick, he can run between the wickets, but just as I say that, he decides discretion is a better part of valor here. Good call, not going back for that second one. The fielder coming in from the boundary line very quickly and throwing it in.
It was in that match against so slow, and just waited for it. She felt that maybe if he had set himself up a bit better, he might have been able to play that one more forcefully down here. But again, I think the important thing here, just to make sure you get singles, as they look into the 330s, 333, triple Nelson on the board. That should be an easy single. They may turn for 2 here. Should turn for 2. Yeah. He's in quickly. James Trail once again not able to gather behind the stumps. Gets through for a very good 2. that match against the USA. As you say, Balbia 3 for 23, Raj 3 for 18, Himanshu 1 for 24. And that is, he made it into a full toss. Coming down to the boundary at square leg for 4. Splits the fielders at deep backward square and at deep mid wicket, and a boundary to end the over takes that to be 10 off the over, 339 for the loss of 7. So a final big over and 350 certainly on the cards, which is an excellent score in a 45 over game, batting at well in excess of 7 to the over. Outstanding from the USA.
I can almost tell you that the bus ride back, Himanshu will be asking his captain for a promotion, pointing to that specific shot, how he stepped out and converted the ball into a full toss and perfectly put it in the gap for a boundary.
Well, that's beautifully played. It looks like, whether off the bat, it should have been. It raced down to the boundary for 4, just straying onto the pads, and Balbia does brilliantly get inside the line and just flick it down to the boundary for 4. So they made an excellent start in this over in getting to that 350 mark, 343 for 7. It's a bit of a contest within a contest in this over now.
Yeah, Arthur's been straying down the legs quite a bit, and that's, he's had I think at least a couple of wide 4s, and then this one, Bali got bad on it.
Now
that's very well kept.
It is well kept, isn't it? That was full and wide-ish, not wide, but it was full and wide, and was taken very well by Anthony Telford. Has done an excellent job behind the stumps. I must say the standard of wicket keeping in this tournament so far has been brilliant. The grabbers from most of the teams have been brilliant, and there he goes inside the line of the ball again. They're just going to take a single this time.
It almost looked like he hit it from the off stump.
Yeah, he moved quite far across. Just trying to make it into, he could maybe even paddle down that leg side. There's nobody in a fine-ish position on the leg side. Field is widespread. That is off the inside half of the bat by Himanshu. Come back for 2. And maybe you won't be talking about that shot though on the bus on the way back. But it's been excellent. 7 off the over so far. 346 for 7.
Well, we've seen a reverse sweep. Do you think we'll see a scoop?
Well, you never know. I don't think I wouldn't be doing a scoop if I didn't have a helmet on. That's for sure.
Right. I think we could take that one. Not just because of the helmet, but more.
Yeah, I think.
That's nicely played.
Is potentially going to go down to the boundary for 4. Crosses the rope now. That is the 350 for the USA. What an innings this has been from them. Outstanding stuff from the top order. Now these two at the death, Himanshu and Balbia, have taken them to 350 with 1 ball left in the 45. It has been an outstanding display of batsmanship from the USA throughout their innings as Arthur Moore bowled the final delivery. Well, he won't bowl the final delivery, as that's unfortunately gone past Anthony Telford down to the boundary for 4, just straying again onto the leg side, Arthur Moore, and yeah, he's upset with himself. But has been a tough day at the office for the bowlers from the Masters 11 and the fielders. They've been chasing pink leather for a lot of the day here, and they've stuck to their task exceptionally well, you have to say. Some of the fielding's been very, very good.
It has
from
been.
the Masters 11.
Yeah, they have not let the shoulders drop. They have done the very best that they can given the circumstances.
And that will be the final ball of the innings into the offside, and the innings will end with that single, and the total 356 for the loss of 7. The Masters 11 will be coming out in approximately 45 minutes. Join us around 2 o'clock for the chase, where they'll be looking for 357 runs to win this match, the first of the 3 45 over games in the round robin phase of the tournament. The USA have got themselves off to an outstanding start here in the 45 over section of the tournament. They'll be looking to defend that 356, and you would think that it would be a bridge too far for the Masters 11, but only one team has batted so far, and we're looking forward to some excellent cricket in the second half of the day. Aaron, thank you so much for joining me for the morning. I look forward to seeing you again this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a lot of fun hanging out and chatting with you and talking cricket. And before we sign off, always like to say hi to my mom. She's always watching our cricket matches. And hi, Amma, hope you're doing well. And my brother as well in India. And to all the viewers from America, all of our Masters, USA supporters, I think the team has put on a very good display of positive batting, smart batting, a huge total on the books here. And look forward to the bowlers coming in and doing their business. It's going to be windy, it's going to be difficult to control the ball, so it's all going to be about percentages and playing within yourself and not try to be a hero. So looking forward to that, and I think we're in for a good afternoon here.
Thank you so much, Aaron, from us all here. For the moment, it's goodbye. We'll be back with you in about 40 minutes.
So we've got the sun shining now, gentlemen. So as the USA are bowling, which is sun's out. That one stayed a little bit low. We're very lucky to be in this beautiful country, so we're privileged to be here playing and being amongst such friendly people. So, once in a lifetime opportunity to be here, so it's excellent. Pull quick at the keeper's end. Hooper pushed to one to mid on. And we've got two fielders out, the deep cover and deep mid on. So good start by the bowler here from the USA. A good start here from, I think that might be Fazala's who made 92, so obviously a very good all round, opening the batting, opening the bowling, so very talented cricketer. Short, and Chelfs punches that out to deep cover. Oh, apologies, got a deep third man as well, so it's had a good start by the USA in that first over. It's amazing to be here in a traditional scoreboard, which is incredible. So not many of them around the world, and great privilege to be at a cricket club like this with a rich history that it has. I think 170 years next year, which is pretty amazing. And when we stood out in the middle and looked back towards the pavilion here, it's incredible. So very privileged to be here. So. Well, we have looks like we've got spin from the bottom end. Can't see the number. So it's number 21 from the USA bowling from the bottom end. And as always, the hospitality here so far in South Africa has been amazing. It's everybody's been friendly and looking after us, which is just like being at home. It's amazing. We'll start here. We got left arm around the wicket. Chelfs punches it to deep cover for one. So everybody's excited today, the start of the 45 over games. So we've had the T20s as our warm-ups and into the 45 over games. So must admit I'm a traditionalist, so I like the 45 over games. But and Hoops turns out behind square, forward in the 45. Looking for two, but well fielded by number 11 from the USA, so well done, good fielding. That well bowled again, coming into the batsman, and Telfs tries to cut that and drops it on the leg side. Again, it's tossed up and Telfs drives that to deep cover. So far the first two overs have been quite quiet compared to the great start the US got away to. The USA got away to. So Boys are bowling good lengths at the moment. This is the last ball of the over, is it? Pushes one point, throw at the bowler's end. It's a good start here by the USA. A couple of tight overs. So after 2 overs, it looks like it's none for 5. Very sedate stuff. Apologies there, none for 7. So it's great. We're in the scoreboard area here and things, and the great scorers we have sitting next to me will make sure they keep me on track. Again, we've got the same field as Fazal's coming into bowl to Telf. Oh no, the hoops. I picked that one very wrong. No, it's one just deep fine. Beautiful day now, sun's out, shining. Well bowled again, just outside off stump, and beats the batsman playing cut shot. It's a great start here by the USA, so it's the 3rd over and it's only 8 runs on the board. It's another one turned to fine leg for 1 to Telfs. It's great, lucky having Telfs playing today. It's great. We've got a squad. We've had a couple of people come down sick, and Telfs has been really struggling for a week, and he's put his hand up and kept beautifully today. Well bowled again. Well bowled again. Just outside off stump, he's bowling a good line here. Not giving anything short, anything full, just back of the length. Well bowled again. So that's the end of the 3rd over, and it's none for 9, so a really good start by the USA here. Wicket still playing well, good bounce, just started well with good lengths. Continuing with the left arm spin around the wicket. Bowling to Telfs. Slashes outside off stump, and it's gone very fine. Ball's running away. Well fielded. Oh, really good running. Ran 3, then that's great running. Hoops came back and pushed Telfs, so Telfs will be exhausted after keeping for 45 overs. A good 3. That's That's a great late cut there by Hoops. They come back for 2. So it's Anthony Telfer's hit a 3 and then Hoops a 2. So scoreboard's starting to tick along a little bit now. Up to 14 racing along. It's tough bowling, tough bowling from the bottom end into this wind. So looking for a quick single there, but really well fielded by the USA. Again, well bowled, 2 dot balls. Hesitation, dead ball. Bowls again. And it's a first wide, first wide for the innings. Disciplined bowling at the moment into the fourth over. Beats the bat, beautifully bowled. Another good over, so a very good start again. USA keeping it tight. So it's none for 15 after 4 overs. And we've still got Fazal from the top end, so nicely turned down the leg side. We'll look to see whether that's come off the bat or no, leg buys, so 2 leg buys. We just get a little wave by one of the Masters 11 players walking past, so always entertaining, having a bit of a laugh amongst each other. Off as our bowls again, well bowled. Outside off stump, playing a miss. Playing miss again. Excited appeal from cover. But really disciplined bowling so far. Well bowled again, another dot ball, so it's tight disciplined bowling by the USA at the moment. I think following on from their excellent bowling performance against Australia, so they tied Australia down and took early wickets, so obviously a really well drilled, disciplined side. It's Fazal bowling again to Telf. Well bowled. Yorker nearly yorked him, so well kept out by Telf. It's a good cut shot but well fielded at point. Just backward point and 1 to 12. The wind was coming up, still blowing a fair bit, but it's calmed down a little bit now. It's well bowled again, and the hooper just turns out behind square leg and gets 2. So after 5 overs, it's none for 19. So certainly, as I say, a well-disciplined start by the USA. I think the USA were pretty much, well, they went at 7, nearly 8 and over for most of their innings, so they were sort of 30, 35, 36, around that sort of score after 5 overs. So that one's played past the bowler to deep mid off for 1. More tight single to cover, but easily made in the end. Oops, moves the score along, and Telf's back on strike. As I say, good tight disciplined bowling here from the USA. Not really, not bowling any bad balls, no full or short balls so far, and bowling really well. Not giving the batsman anything. We're just getting a, well, the wind's certainly jumped up now. The bowlers just dropped the mid on, back to deep mid on. Only a ball or 2 left in the over. That's 2 dot balls to finish the over. So again, another tight over, and the score on 24 after 6 overs. Well bowled by Fazal, was hit uppishly by Telfs to mid-off. It's really good bowling, tight bowling here. The batsmen are not getting anything to put away. Again, good bowling. Telf's tried to hit that behind point, but keeper standing up and got a really good pair of hands, doing a great job. Fazal's bowling to his field, offside, back of the length, making it tough for the batsman to score. Finally gets that cut shot out and cuts it to a man who's sort of not really on point, but just in front of point, so with the deep cover behind him. So far, I think he's only run one run off his over. Bowls again and ball's missed by the keeper. And that's a first bye. Again, good bowling, discipline, not giving anything for, nothing short. It's really good bowling. See, following on from his excellent performance against the Australian side. No single. It's 7 overs down and 26 on the board, so a really tight start here. That one's turned on the leg side by Telf for one run, just in front of square. So both bowlers have started really well here. Oh, and really well bowled. Appeal, yes, and he's been given out, caught behind. Great catch by the keeper standing up. And, that's Hooper out for the next batsman going in for the Masters 11 is Clint Hoffman, the captain of the side. So yeah, the captain going in, Clint Hoffman, number 1. So it's really been disciplined, a really disciplined start here for the USA. Putting pressure on. I actually don't think there's been any boundaries yet. So a really good start and sort of just 2 balls into the the 8th over. Skipper looking for a quick single to cover and Telf sends him back, so I don't think there was one there. This one It's tossed up wide of off stump and a wide called. The bowler's changed it over the wicket here. The change. Another wide. And that one's glided to fine leg. 1 run to the skipper who's off the mark. Always good to get off the mark, whatever game of cricket you're playing. And beautifully bowled. And that's a second wicket to the spinner, and that's Masters 11 now 2 down. And as Telf has bowled for 14. So bowled for 14. So the side at the moment 2 for 31 in the 8th over. So it's a really, really good start. Number 11 for the Masters 11 going in now. So yeah, a little bit of confusion here. So we've got 2 players wearing the number 11, but it is Andy going into bat at number 4, as opposed to he's got Jahal on his back, but Jahal was the left arm spinner who bowled well, and bit of a mishap around laundry this morning, so he's borrowed his shirt for the day. So it created confusion in the commentary box here, and scorers and everything. We managed to get back on track. So just bit of fun for the morning and for the scorers. So it's been a great over so far. And really gone on the attack here and putting 2 slits, a slip and a gully, the spinner. So this is a really attacking field. So he's bowling well. Comes in and bowls. That's a great over. Really good over bowled in the 8th over, so 2 wickets in that over. And the Masters 11 is now 2 for 31. Now we have the great Barry Richards walking past, and what a legend of the game he was. He's wearing the Masters 11 shirt, 29. And looks like we've got a change of bowling at the top end here. It was a great spell from the opening bowler. Number 11's side's come on to bowl. Off for about the same run up. Coming in bowling to the skipper, Clint Hoffman. Really has been disciplined bowling so far. Only 2 sundries, 1 bye, 2 wides. Really good bowling. Put the pressure on. There's a appeal for LBW there. Give a nod out. Keep trying to hit that through square leg. This time plays the same shot and rolls away the first boundary of the innings. Whipped through square leg by Clint Hoffman, so great shot. Bit of a cheer from the crowd for the Masters 11 for the first boundary. Been very taken a long time, come up in the ninth over. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW and umpire's given it out. Obviously pitched in line, really good delivery, pitched up, and the skipper, the Masters 11's out for, that's now 3 down, so USA right on top here, 3 for 53, right on top, and Phil Warren is in next, so batted really well the other last game, but a lot of pressure on now, so it's been a really good start by the USA, really disciplined.
Hey, you can't tell you love it.
Yeah.
Where am I then?
You're at
10. You're 11.
So at this stage, 356 is the target, 356, 357 to win's a long way away. So, as I say, so far Masters 11's been really well and truly outplayed by the team from the USA. As I say, Phil Warren's gone the crease, batted really well on game 2 days ago in the T20, opened the batting and batted really well. Bowler again and Phil straight off the mark, pushing it just wide of mid-off. So. Bowler comes in again, bowling to Andy. Oh, an appeal, muted appeal. That's the end of the over, really good over. It was one boundary came off that, but fought back really well. Got the prize wicket of Clint Hoffman. So, as I say, really good start here, 3 for 63. Sorry, 3 for 36. I found an extra 27 runs really quickly. That was a bit unfair, but no, 3 for 36. And a couple of the Masters 11's batters have hustled to get their pads on, given the great start here and a couple of quick wickets, particularly the last over, 2 wickets and the spinners over, and then that great wicket of the Masters 11 captain. So now got Phil Warren on strike. That one's pushed down to deep mid-off for 1. Certainly under the pavilion there and under the tent, the Masters 11's pretty quiet given the pressure that we're under at the moment. I think that's pushed down to deep mid-on and Andy's off the mark. That one's tossed right up, but hit to deep cover for 1. Ball on appeal, beaten outside the off stump, and the keeper takes the bails off, but batsman's not out, and score remains at 3 for 39. Again, well bowled. Certainly really disciplined bowling here. Bowling the stumps, pressure's on, hits that one down to mid-on, and he hits that one down to deep mid-on, only one. It's the end of another really good over. Score's crept along to 3 for 40. I think that's 10 overs down now. It seems to have dropped off a little bit. Certainly was strong when the Masters 11 were fielding, particularly bowling from the bottom end. So he's seen from the top end and bowling to Andy and big appeal. Batsman's given not out. Bowls again. Late cut shot to point, no run. Must have been really disciplined bowling, and I think this showed the USA did really well against Australia on the T20 the other day on Tuesday. So clearly disciplined bowling, back of a length, forcing the batsman to make the error. Again, back of a length, pushed into the leg side for one. Score's crept along to 3 for 41. Certainly this innings, the sun's been out, so it's a beautiful afternoon at this famous cricket ground. Bowler comes in again to bowl to Phil Warren. Pushes a wider cover for one. Continuing his good form from Tuesday, so looking fairly comfortable at the crease and ticking the scoreboard along with singles. All well bowled. Gone between the batsman's leg, as they call the famous French cut. Behind square. And again another discipline over. Scores move along to 3 for 43. The left arm spinner's continuing from the bottom end, drops that one a little bit short, pushed on the offside but no run. Bowling a beautiful spell, it's a beautiful spell of bowling here. She's bowling tight at the stumps. A bit of hesitation. He's really good figures so far. He's got 2 wickets. Bowls again, still bowling over wicket, tossed it up. Well bowled, Andy pushes that one down to deep mid on, looking for 2. Phil Warren pushing hard, but only 1. This one's tossed up and cut shot by Phil Warren.
I was cramping out there for the last 2 overs in the guts.
So really disciplined type bowling here. That one's hit to backward point and no run. It's been really great, really good spell bowling from this bottom end. Ball tosses up again. Phil Warren pushes that down to deep mid off for 1. That's the end of the over again, so really, as I say, it's been really tight bowling. Scores moved along to 3 for 45 off 12 overs, so just goes to show how disciplined the USA bowlers have been. Just goes to show how disciplined the bowling's been. There's only been 1 boundary in 12 overs, so it's a credit to the USA team and the bowlers. Kept a lot of pressure on, and that's why the Masters 11's 3 down. Again, bowling good lines, just outside off stump. Nothing short, nothing full. And, comes in again to bowl, so start the over with 2 dot balls. Phil Warren at the facing. Bowls again, and 3 dot balls, really good bowling, really good bowling. So giving them nothing to, no freebies, nothing to hit, nothing short, nothing full, just good disciplined bowling. Bowls again. Phil Warren defends. It's been a great over so far. 4 dot balls, building even more pressure. And 13th over, we're having a drinks break in a couple of overs. The bowls again. Oh, and Phil Warren pushes that to cover. So it's 5 dot balls. Could this be a maiden over? I don't think we've had a maiden over yet. So could this be the first maiden over of the innings? And I don't think, I can't recall a maiden over in the Masters 11, there wasn't. So could this be the first maiden over of the game? And it is really well bowled. So it's the first maiden over of the match, 13th over, and it's 3 for 45 with 2 overs to go before drinks. We've looked at 2 umpires have come together with the ball. I'm not sure what's going on here. Just come out to square leg here and the umpire's having a chat, so obviously something going on there. Nothing major between the players or anything, just chat between the two umpires. I think just checking on how many overs perhaps have been bowled by each bowler. And it looks like we've got to change a bowler at the bottom end, so that was a great spell of bowling. So it's Raj coming on to bowl. There's a great spell of bowling from the bottom end. Really was. Tight, disciplined bowling, took wickets. Looks like this is be interesting to see right arm over. It's bowling, whether he's bowling offies or leggies. So look in the field it is. But, yeah, that's first ball just turned a little bit and pushed to mid wicket for one. It looks like he's bowling offies, and that one's a bit shorter, and Phil Warren punches it down to deep mid off. Obviously hard for the Masters 11 batsmen to go hard here, but it's been really disciplined bowling and a 3 down, just needing to consolidate for some time. Comes in, bowls again. Pushed to cover, no run. So this stage 357 is a long way off, so takes some exceptional batting from here to get to that score. The bowler comes in again, bowling right arm over. Disciplined bowling. Defensively paid. It's really been a great start here, great set of overs from the USA. This one's tossed up. And again pushed down to deep mid off for one. That's the end of the 14th over, and it's 3 for 47, so score's creeping along. And this should be the last over before drinks, the first drinks break. I think from memory the USA were probably around 90 odd at the same mark. As we know, they went on to make 356 with number 3 batsman for the USA making 100 and the opener making 92. Both batted beautifully. It's pitched up and driven to mid off for one. Bowls again, all that's really well bowled. Kept out, dug out by Phil Warren. Score remains on 3 for 49. Another ball bowled, and it looks like a leg bye. She's got a little bit of touch on that, yeah, leg bye. brings up the 50 for the Masters 11. So really tough start here. But as I say, USA bowled really, really well. Again, disciplined bowling, just out off stump, back of the length, nothing short. Comes in to bowl again, and he pushes that one to deep cover for one. And I think we may only have one ball before drinks. So it's a great start from the USA here. That's bowled and that's drinks. So drinks scores 3 for 51, and a really great start from the USA. They've dominated right through all sessions so far. The 4 sets of 15 overs. It's a credit to them, really tight bowling.
Oh, and that's pushed down to the cover region for a 1. Aya shake to Phil Warren. And that's denied. A dot ball. Oh, and that's pushed through for the cover regions. Yeah. There. Oh, and that's 2 runs, overthrows. And we are at the end of drinks, 1:27 for 4.